Guess what? I fucking did it. I hooked up the propane heater all by myself. Well, I mean, I had a little help from ChatGPT. It doesn't leak. And there was like all these fittings. If you missed the TikTok live that I did it all on, I'm downloading it now, so I'll have the footage later, and I will post a video and a couple stories or something of the process, so you guys can watch and see or whatever. Is that a coin or no? So let me show you what I did. I'm so proud of myself, you just don't even know. Because I was saying like to myself, like, oh, Heather, I fear you may end up having to call a fucking service person to come out and actually hook this up for you. Like, you can't afford that. You have to get your new tires. I have to get all new tires on my truck. My truck is in bad shape. There's all kinds of weird things going on with my truck right now. It's like really weird. It's like it's been someone is trying to do black magic on my truck. And so they're like, this woman really is truly trying to kill me. Every possible necessary or measure she can consider. Something's really weird going on with my truck, and just took it to the alignment guy. Oh my God, I took it to literally the most amazing mechanic person ever. He literally didn't charge me $1. I went there to go get an alignment, and he was like, it's perfectly aligned. He's like, it doesn't need anything. He's like, you do have a ball joint, that's a little bit, but he's like, in 10,000 miles, you can worry about that. And then, what happened? What's going on? Why is the heater doing that? Oh, it's a fucking thermostat, Heather. It cools itself down when it reaches the heat that it's trying to. Right. I forgot. See, here it goes. It's working good again. Okay. Wow. That's right. I forgot it has an internal thermostat. Okay. So, my truck is acting squirrely. I cannot afford to have a propane serviceman come here and service my stuff. Like, I have to figure this out myself, or it's literally not going to happen, right? So I figured it out. I'm a little anxious about everything. I've been consistently coming here and just like squirting like soapy water, and then like removing the excess water and watching to see if it bubbles. Because Sci-Fi, the inspector guy, says to do that. But anyways, I did it. And this motherfucker is hot. Like, this is on 1 right now. I cannot operate it any hot, like, not with this weather especially, but, so it is like, this is what it's heating into. So I am worried about my shit getting a little bit, like, melty or whatever. I've been monitoring the heat on that. I do have a heat gun somewhere. Just don't know what I did with it. But It's here somewhere. I'll find it eventually. Thought maybe it was right there. And that would have been funny that I was like basically looking at it in that moment. But yeah, so I have like a laser heat gun, so I want to come and test the heat to see how, like, the further I angle it this way, what the temperature gets over here, and if I angle it this way, how much the temperature, you know, increases over here. My refrigerators are down here, and I want to keep the area specifically that my refrigerators are in actually cold. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to cover it up. I'm going to like put some kind of curtain or tapestry or something maybe. I don't know. I'll find something. But I'm going to cover up this area so that the fridge actually stays cold and doesn't really get the heat. Oh my gosh, you know what I do have? Oh my god, my refrigerator has a cover. I forgot. Okay. In the meantime, I can use this to block the heat from going down here. Sweet. Perfect. I forgot about that. My ice co comes with a thing. I would turn it. Oh. So, but like, I don't understand what's happening here. Is it clicking on one? And then it's just like, or is it like actively turning on the pilot light? Like, and that's it. I'm gonna have to watch it for a minute. I gotta watch a video about this for a minute. We'll just turn her off for a few. Just give her a rest. It's so warm in my house. Listen, it's so warm. Even like down to like here. From my knees down, it's cold. Like it's a little oh fuck. It's a little chilly. But that's okay, because like I'm gonna be on my bed, which is already 4 feet off the ground. So it doesn't matter because it's fucking warm as shit up here where I sleep. And then the dog can sleep over there if he wants to, because he's a good boy. He heard me say the dog. But now I can put my tripod wherever I want and I don't have to worry about it melting. Okay. So let me really quickly watch this video.
All right, so you've got your 30,000 BTU Mr. Heater Blue Flame ventless heater that you're excited to use because you're actually going to be able to get the heat inside that you've wanted for a while. For me, it's in this barn.
Underwear
It's 40 degrees in here right now. I don't like this as a Texas boy, so we're going to get this going. But you're wondering, how do I actually connect it to my 20-pound tank? Because the instructions are not clear, and it doesn't come with everything that you need in the box. So today we're going to talk about that. Stay tuned because we're going to get right into it. Hey y'all, this is Eric with East Texas Homestead, and if you're new to the channel, you'll find that we talk about harming yourself, anyone else, or any property. It says, caution, never pea supply. All right? Now, what kind of I believe this one, I will get a small commission.
I already watched this video, so I know.
Yellow gas tape picked up on Amazon, and it's got those actually make the power red. So here you can see what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
My actual in the bag. You know, it might actually be easier to do this before putting these feet on.
Oh, I keep getting out of the way of the camera, bro.
Now this side doesn't need the tape because it's actually using mechanical pressure to hold this together. Now, of course, depending on which hose you purchased, you may have to find a different setup here, but it's ready.
Yep.
Down on the pilot button, or pushing down on the adjusting knob, rather, while it's on pilot. Pressing down, and then I'm going to do this. Now, you'll see.
He's pressing both at the same time. That's where I went wrong earlier.
A little bit, but so far, we don't have anything coming through. gonna take a while. And I don't want to completely run the batteries down, just like hammering this guy. Oh, also, that's another thing. The battery. Unscrew this cap. Looks like it's good to go. Okay, so now we're going to turn this. Slightly push.
Okay, Mr. Hill, comma, does this specific heater that I have the ability to turn itself down? Like, does it have a thermostat built in? Question mark. Will it automatically lower its own temperature, or does it just keep blasting at whatever flow you have set on the dial? Yes, it has numbers. Is the sensor that does that, like the thermostat ... is that the copper looking needle thing that's secured to the back of the heater? Question mark. Okay, silver or gray rectangle piece located behind the front grille, usually in the lower right. Thermocouple safety shutoff. Hidden metal sensor behind the grill. Oh, come on. What the hell? What did I do with it? What the fuck? What did I do with the freaking manual? Dude, I literally put it right there. I don't know why it's not there now. Really, are you laying on anything? Can you get up for a second, bud? Can you watch out? Can you see underneath you? No? Okay. Damn, dude, what did I do with the manual? How come it's not where I put it? This is so confusing. It was right there. There's no way. Oh, fuck. There's no way I would have thrown the fuck? Dude, I can't find the manual anywhere. Here it is. Yay. Okay. We'll see. The thing is, T2, the reason why I have tattoos on my face is so that I can very quickly, because I have a really hard time realizing when someone actually hates me and is pretending to like me, or is just a really fake or just a judgmental, just the kind of person I don't want to be around. I have a hard time sometimes in the moment, with all that. I have a hard time using my very strong discernment. If I have time to observe quietly, from afar, or like, quietly in a room, I can observe without being interrupted or talked to or whatever, then I can discern myself. But if I'm just in the moment and it's conversational and I can't use that discernment. So see, the tattoos, what they do is somebody that's like that literally cannot fucking help themselves. They will, even if they will make a comment about my dreadlocks or the tattoos on my face. And so I call the tattoos and the dreadlocks, my asshole repellent. And it works like a fucking charm. Because people cannot help themselves but make a comment. They just, you just can't help yourself. You don't say hi, you don't say how you doing, you don't make some kind of observational thing about anything other than that. You just go, you show up and you go straight to the tattoos on my face. And that's how we know. You announce yourselves. And that's why we love you. And that's why we do these things. The funny thing is that it actually happened by accident that I realized all that. It was a total accident. Okay, I wish I could zoom in on this. Where's my flashlight? I put it back where it belongs, like a good girl. Oh, well, that's basically useless. Yo, dude, where's that fucking thing at on this thing? Oh, okay, so this is me. You fucking asshole, get off my head. Where's my eyeballs? Oh my fucking god. That is so much better. Okay. Yeah, but see, I don't see the part that I'm looking for that is literally there. Here's the other. Wait, what? Bro, come on, hair. Just like for 1 fucking second. Why doesn't any of these have this on the back of it like mine does? It's kind of a fucking important thing. Motherfucker. It's kind of an important thing you would think. How is it not here in the fucking full breakdown of all the parts? It's literally a fucking copper looking like needle thing, basically. What is 26? ODS tube? No. What is ODS? Hello, Misty. Oh my gosh, how are you? Long time no see. So I am currently trying to hook up my new heater, but I do not, dude, literally, I feel like it's something important, obviously, because it's there, but I do not see. Like, what? 38. Okay, what the fuck? Okay, I need some assistance. No, I just have makeup on that I slept in last night. Oh God. Don't get up too fast, other you get lightheaded. Okay. So, does anybody know what this is? What is that? right there. What does that do? Let me take a picture of it for chat. Alright, photo of it. Man, I can't have any rugs on my carpet floor right now because my fucking cat has murdered multiple creatures and left their guts, and then the dog steps in the guts and tracks his fucking nasty feet. Now it's, dude, it's like you could die from diseases from that kind of shit. Like, what the fuck? Looks like attempts. Right, like, so that's what I asked ChatGPT, and ChatGPT said no. So I think ChatGPT is just wrong and I'm right, but that's why I took a screenshot. So I'll be right back 1 second. I have to send this to myself. Okay, I sent it to myself. Now I have to crop it. The fuck is crop? There it is. So I can get rid of like the comments and stuff. Okay. This thing. Okay, let's see what ChatGPT says now. That is not the thermostat sensor. That copper rod is absolutely the thermocouple / thermopile assembly. It tells the heater that the pilot flame is lit. If the flame ever blows out, the thermocouple cools and stops generating voltage. The gas valve snaps shut instantly. It's a safety device, not a thermostat. So yeah, I don't think that's right. Where the thermostat sensor actually is, usually a small or silver / gray tab or rectangle mounted behind the front grille, often down low on the heater body, connected by thin wires, and it reads room air temperature, not flame temperature. Show me a picture of what you're talking about. That's literally what I showed you, bro. Yes. Yes. That's exactly yes. Okay, I gotta go turn my heater back on. Yes, it does. It has a thermostat. So I don't have to stress out because when it gets too hot, it'll just turn itself down. There we go. That lipstick does not give up. Okay, so let's check the bowls. No bubbles. Pilot light on. Let that go for a second so it doesn't turn off. Let's give it some heat time. 1 heats my whole bus just fine right now. We'll see how it goes as time goes on. But the great part about this fucker is that the heat rises straight up and then shoots towards my bed. Buses are cool. What I need to get is a small fan that essentially runs all the time. That all it does is it brings air from over there over here down low. So I will cause a circular, like a convection to start happening. If I push the air down low here, this air will go that even faster. And so then the back of my bus will actually get hot where this area is not going to overheat. I'm pretty excited. Pretty cool. I did it all myself. I can do anything you can do. Substantially, sufficiently ish. I can't do anything better than you, but equally. I'm not having an issue with it, actually. I just wanted to make sure that it had a thermostat on it so that I could set it and forget it. You know, not forget it, but you know what I mean? Like, I don't have to go over there and turn it down, check the temperature every 5 minutes, make sure nothing's getting too hot over here. I can trust that it's going to... And it did it. And I got scared because I was like, oh fuck, did it, like, the oxygen sensors kick on or something? But the pilot light stayed on. So I was like, oh, maybe it's a thermostat. Let me do some research and see if the one that I have is the one with the thermostat. And it sure is. I did that accidentally. All right, let's get to work, y'all. I got shit to make. So, guys, look at this. I finished the purple one that I was making. Here's the pink one. They're the same size. This one stretches like they stretch like crazy. You can fit so much in them. And they can handle a lot of weight because it's a really strong, it's 100% cotton. Anyway, love these. I'm obsessed. It's like, I'm just really excited about these right now. So I'm making a bunch of them. And I've been working on a bunch of them. So I've got the first one that I tried that braided cotton with, which I love because it just looks very crisp, totally even, professional. It doesn't do what a woven or a twisted yarns do, which is unravel a little bit and pill, or like you can sometimes go between fibers with your tool, which makes it look like a little sloppy. But this is just like 100%, dude. Same with I got more of that same style yarn and I'm making a bunch of them. So it has that total uniform, perfect stitches. Everything looks like professional. And the same with that one. This was an experiment. This one was, I think, the first one I ever made. So this was an experiment. This one is made with a cotton twisted and I don't like it as much. It feels like floppier, which is more like a fabric. This yarn tends to become more like fabric-y in the way that it moves, but so it's good for clothes. I like it better for clothes because it feels better on the skin. It's cotton, it's a natural fiber, so you're not gonna like fuck with your vibrations. Anyways, so now what we're doing today is we're working on I'm not sure, this might be a medium, this might be a large. I haven't decided yet if I'm gonna consider it a large or a medium. It's warm over here already. Oh, you know what I do need to do though? Now that I'm running the propane heater, I need to run the dehumidifier. I found a little fan. This will make it feel better to breathe. This fucking hair, bro. It's too long. I think it's been a while since I cut it. I need to cut it again, I think. Is there a way to like turn that down? Yeah, it is canceling the heat right now. But it's not, I don't think it's going to continue to, because I can still feel like as soon as I walk on that side, the heat is still billowing. So I'm hoping that in a few minutes it'll just balance itself out. So the heat is really, it's heating. I'm so proud of myself, Papa. You don't understand. I fucking did it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Squeeze me. I literally can't believe I did it. I cannot believe that I did it. I am so proud of myself. And I did not, like, I thought I was gonna crumble at one point and quit and then just call somebody and like have to pay the money that I really can't afford because I have to get my tires done. But I ended up deciding, well, you know what? Let me just try to tighten this one spot first. And if I tighten this and it works, then my theory will be correct and then I won't have to worry about it. It worked perfectly, instantly. And then I figured I couldn't figure out how to turn the fucking thing on. I forgot that you have to push both the pilot and the dial at the same time. It's been a while since I've done propane. But so anyway, outside I got, first of all, I got the correct hose that I needed with the regulator on it, so it regulates and stuff. I got the exact one that Mr. Heater recommends that you get. And it came with 2 connectors that make an L instead of just one L connector. So I had to fucking really make sure that I connected those pieces together well, and put it in the machine well, so that it was, and I had to get there obviously the yellow tape stuff. Everything worked out though. I mean, I did it. Can't believe I did it, but I did it. I still feel the heat right now, which is nice. I am a little chillier than I'd prefer to be, but it's okay. It's barely. It's only like right here. But it'll balance out. Did you guys watch Candace Owens yesterday? Because let me tell you what, guys, I do not doubt for 1 second that she's telling the whole ass truth. I think she understands she has way too much to lose if she lies, and they are really working overtime. Like, when I'm on Twitter, I'm not even kidding, almost every single post is about her, whether it's a support of her or it is against her, calling her crazy or pointing out like the little like misspelling. Like, and Candace Owens wrote Riley Air Force Base, and there isn't a Riley Air Force Base in that area, but there's a Ripley Air Force Base, and she meant Ripley. She just had a typo. And so the French palace, they released a statement, and they literally, it wasn't the French palace, it was someone else attached to the French government, but released a statement about it, and they were like, see, she's obviously so full of crap because look at how she's got that so wrong. It's like she literally just had a typo, dude. She's, writing these tweets her own self. I do not believe everything Candace Owens says or whatever, just in general, because I have personally seen things that, like with the Justin Baldoni stuff, where like it's almost like she does this thing sometimes where the same thing that like the trolls do, where they take a piece of information and they intentionally misunderstand it and then like act all indignant or whatever, or justified based on this piece of information that they are intentionally misunderstanding. I saw that happen a couple of times with like other things, but honest to God, in general, she's a human being, like being wrong about a couple of things, or maybe like, but if the basics are there and we're given the opportunity to formulate, for the most part, our own opinions, which is what I like. I like being given information, and then I can formulate my own opinion. And then I can discuss that opinion with people in the comment section. Maybe she'll talk about that kind of stuff. That's how she talks about stuff like that happens in her comment section. So like, that's what I like about her, is that, and she's not like stuck on one thing and like, that's it, no matter what. Like when new evidence presents itself, the calculation is reformulated. You know what I mean? No, actually, I don't like Sean Ryan. I think he is controlled opposition. But I did see that he had that Montgomery guy on there. And it's the guy I was just telling Gio about this the other day. I was like, Gio, you need to go research Brand Army. Y'all don't go to the website, okay? Do not go to the website, Brand Army. But like, go on a platform that you like watch videos on. Maybe not YouTube so much, but maybe YouTube. You could do that too. And research, just type in Brand Army into YouTube's search bar. And then maybe like investigation, or like exposed, or like something like, I can't think of words right now, but something relating to that. Where's my thesaurus? There it is. But yeah, I think Sean Ryan is controlled opposition. He's military, and I think I've seen things that really make me... Oh, here's Candace right now. She's coming on the air right now. Holy crap. Today on the air, on the show, water cooler talk around the office of Turning Point USA led to an explosive revelation about a secret they've been keeping, one that actually brought me to tears. Today, we go Max for Charlie. We're about to watch it, y'all. Together. Your 2025 recap is here. Are you ready to celebrate your year on YouTube? Get your recap now. Why is it so small? It's like cut off. The screen is cut off. God damn it, YouTube. I can't see anything. I can't see anything. God damn it. There it goes. Oh my God, it's showing me everything I searched for. DIY home projects was the #1 thing. Analyzing movies and historical. I watched 6,611 channels this year. That's 20 times the average viewer. I watched Asmongold, That Surprise Witness, Jamie French, Cheer Denise, and Spill Sesh. That's not really true. I apparently watched 129 Asmongold videos. DIY projects, costume making, knitting tutorials. Your thirst for knowledge and history and pop culture is impressive. Keep exploring. You enjoy winding down with calming stories and relaxing content. Sleep stories, meditation, and nature videos. Creative, curious, relaxed. This is crazy. Is YouTube doing this for everybody? You match nicely with one personality type. Ready to see which one? The creative spirit. Drawn to creative content that impresses self-expression. You watch DIY projects and costume makings more. Didn't have enough time to read that. Let's look back at more memories. Yep, I love those channels. DIY. You take so long for some and then so short of time for others. Interested in personal well-being. Lots of hobbies. I'm not really into video games, so. Oh, Elliot. Yeah. He's been watching Roblox, I see. Oh, they have an award for me. Most likely to craft the perfect outfit for your next adventure. Thanks for spending 2025 with us. Okay, interesting. I don't like the sound of dripping. I think it might be the water for the dog, though. All right, that was interesting. What was I gonna do? Oh yeah, Candace Owens. Unwanted. Dead or alive. Oh, James Lee got fired from Breaking Point.
You got the Jimmy Dore stank on you. And we can't be having you guest hosting and furthering your career on Jimmy Dore's show. So we're going to get rid of you.
James Lee got fired from
Everybody, our
Breaking
good friend
Point.
James
I fucking
Lee,
hate
guest
Breaking Points
hosted,
anyways. I was surprised he
just
was working
a couple
there.
days ago for this show when we were in Australia on comedy tour. Has just
I want to be warm.
been let go by Breaking Points. He was a contributor to Breaking Points, you know, and that's that Rachel Crystal Ball, and so he guest hosts for us. They immediately fire him. Let's listen. Let's listen to what happened.
There's a famous saying: all tyrannies rule through fraud and force. But once the fraud is exposed, then they must rely exclusively on force. And because my entire platform is literally dedicated to exposing fraud, it is maybe not a surprise that the powers that be are laying the hammer down on me right now pretty hard, seemingly all at once, and I could definitely use some of your support. So I'll start here. A few weeks ago, the pro-Israel Stop Anti-Semitism Advocacy Group named me Anti-Semite of the Week.
How come I've never been named that? I'm not even in the top 10 biggest anti-Semites in the country. I thought for sure.
Well, I mean, you're not actually anti-Semitic, and I think James was really posting those search things a lot. I mean,
Yes.
dude, James has picked apart every single thing of the Charlie Kirk thing
Yes.
to a Candace degree, and that no one can have that.
Okay, here we go.
For what? Simply daring to call out Israel's lies and deceit. And this is what they're citing as anti-Semitism. Me saying that, quote, Israel is a parasite to the world, and that their survival depends on deception, bribery, manipulation, and coercion, and that the truth threatens its very existence, which is all just factually true. There is a reason why they have a multi-million-dollar annual Hasbro budget for this exact specific purpose. They also evidently did not like that I called out the fact that the state of Israel was literally founded by Zionist terrorists, and that they quite literally embedded
I've been
terrorism
saying
itself.
that for how
Also
many
just
years?
Factually true. Just Google the King David Hotel 1946, and you will know exactly what I'm talking about.
You guys, literally, how long have I been telling you that? Google the fucking first terror attack in modern history, and then you tell me where terrorism originated from. I told you.
Also say that it's somehow wrong to argue that the ADL's, in my opinion, bastardized version or definition of anti-Semitism is not actually about protecting Jewish people, but is instead about protecting Israel from accountability. So I guess trying to protect Jews is bad. Anyway, the Stop Anti-Semitism group was founded by this lady named Leora Rez, and their entire platform is all about getting people fired for criticizing Israel. Honestly, I think I should probably do a deep dive on them, and I think I will. But right now, they are literally telling people to mass report my account in order to deplatform me. And maybe, just maybe by coincidence, maybe not, I don't know for sure, but the second thing that happened to me in this last week was that my TikTok account was unceremoniously banned. For what specifically? I have no idea, because honestly, I haven't even been posting there very much because they were censoring me anyway, and I really couldn't post anything. People should know, if you don't know already, that the new owner of TikTok, billionaire Larry Ellison, is the largest private donor to the IDF, okay? And that the head of their content moderation is this lady named Erica Mindell, who is a former IDF soldier. But China is really the big problem, right? They were stealing our data, so the solution for that is, of course, to turn around and hand it over to Israel. That is totally what America First is all about. Anyway, and then you have the hat trick. Number 3, you guys remember Last week, when I talked about how Breaking Points decided not to air my interview with Elijah Schaefer, who is being sued currently by Kash Patel's girlfriend, Alexis Wilkins, well, yesterday, their producer sent me an email notifying me that my relationship with them will end, quote unquote, effective immediately. The reason they cited is that they're, quote unquote, looking ahead to 2026 and making some changes in content and felt that my submissions did not align with their new direction. I'm not exactly sure what that means, but
Well, what that means is you got the Jimmy Dore stank on you, and we can't be having you guest hosting and furthering your career on Jimmy Dore's show. So we're gonna get rid of you.
Do you think their new direction is going to be pro-Israel suddenly, Breaking Points?
No, their new direction.
We decided to go in new direction. Different kind of news. We're
what
going
a
to cover
coinc-
different news.
Yeah, what a coinkydink. What a coinkydink. James Lee does amazing work, does great work. I'm thrilled that he's got time to guest host when I go on tour. And as soon as he does that, they immediately fire him. I mean, I feel bad for James, but he's going to be fine. By the way, everybody should go support James. He's starting his own new thing, his own website. And so everybody should go support him and follow his YouTube show.
That's what
and
they're
all that
trying to
stuff.
do
He
is
does great work.
fracture the network of communication.
5149.
You have to go to their
James Lee,
website. Nobody's going to do
5149.
that.
That's his
People aren't going to stumble into
his
the
website.
information.
So,
if it's
so there you go.
behind Okay, sorry about that. Is it still working? Is the camera working? Oh my god, it's so fucking warm in here right now, you guys. Oh fuck, Orly. He's a good boy. He gets good boy bone. Oh shoot. Wake up. Okay, hold on. Okay, I'll be right there. Hold on. Can you hear and see everything okay? Can you tap the screen so I can know, or just like comment and let me know? Can you hear and see? I'll be right back. It's fine, because if you just wait a few minutes after Candace starts, you gotta wait, because she has, in her whole show, I think she has about 8 minutes worth of commercials, like of her advertisements, and I like to fast forward past the advertisements. So I don't like to start it immediately. So just hold on, we're getting there. We're gonna get there. I love when it doesn't give me an alert that Candace Owens is live, or that she is gonna list a video or anything.
All right, you guys, it is a very
This is from yesterday. See, it's being squirrely. I have to physically search for her to get the video. Oh, it's not on yet. 2 o'clock, 2 p.m. She's not on yet, so it's fine. My hair is so annoying sometimes. At least I won't sit on it now. Where's my headband? Let me put my headband on. That'll make me a happy girl too. All right. Let's finish this Jimmy Dore video.
Uh, 5149. James Lee 5149. That's his website. So there you go. Breaking points.
Hey, congrats on breaking your cherry, James.
Heather, what did you do? There it is. Whoa, Heather, Jesus Christ.
I haven't. This is almost as much fun as when Kyle Kalinske did 2 videos about me, and they both got 25,000 dislikes. They got ratioed by his own fans, and his channel went dead.
What was the topic, and what was it about?
Well, when he was lying about the Anna Kasparian trying to blackmail me.
Smart throwing in with that one.
Yeah, except he forgot to mention that she was trying to blackmail me twice. He didn't mention it. He did an hour-long video, so he his whole channel shut down for 2 years, didn't add a subscriber, lost thousands of subscribers, and now his channel's picking back up again because he's becoming a Democrat. He's just now he's a full-fledged partisan Democrat, and those always do. But so if you just support the Republicans or you just support the Democrats, those channels always do well because you're preaching to a choir of people who just want to hear the mantra.
It should be artificially pushed if you do that.
And plus, I'm saying there's also a YouTube donor. There's a big donor involved that has ties to inside the YouTube that gets them put on the nice algorithm.
They want everybody to go loyalty to Republicans or loyalty to
That's
Democrats.
what they want.
Dude,
can
you
hear
know what
it
else
when they
I've
mention
discovered
populism, all
these
these
places
things, you
do?
can hear-
So I have a friend who is also a YouTuber and a content creator, and it's crazy because like about 6 months after she monetized her account, all of a sudden she woke up one day and her views went from like hundreds to like 10, 20, 30. And it's the exact same thing that happened to my account here. I had 600, 1,000 people in my chat at any given moment. There was at least like 100 or 200 people in my chat at any given moment. And I was actually making a little bit of money on YouTube. You know, it was like actually like enough to supplement and keep me alive when I absolutely was in a pitfall and needed like an extra 40 or 50 or 100. But that was like, even I made the most I ever made on YouTube. I got 3.5 million impressions, like overall things. And I made $3,000 that month. And then literally that month happened and it went shoo from there. I woke up on August 1st of 2024 and all of a sudden it literally happened July 31st and August 1st, like, or July, the last day of July. I went to bed with 600 people in my chat and I woke up with 35 people in my chat, and it stayed 30, 35 people for like probably like 3 or 4 months. And then it just slowly started to whittle down. And then it just became like 1, 2, whatever, barely any. It does, people don't get alerts when I go live, and it doesn't put me on the algorithm anymore. It's like there's a different way that YouTube Live works. If you use the horizontal mode, it's a totally different algorithm and a different way that it pushes your videos to more like computers, I guess, or whatever. But if you do the vertical, it would put you in the shorts, in the YouTube shorts. And so like your video would pop up all the time. My shit was it was crazy. I gained like 35,000 followers in like 4 months, you know? That's how many people were in my live stream. And then out of nowhere at 6 months, my account just went boom from 3.5 million impressions to 350 impressions. Like it crashed like thousands of percents. And that's the exact same thing that's happened in my friend's account now. And she's talked to other people and it's the same thing that happened to their account and their account. And it's just really crazy how it seems that at 6 months, and then they start encouraging you to do stuff like, oh, well, you know, you need to pick a genre. Oh, you know, you need to like pay for this service, or you need to like do this thing here and jump through this hoop. And it's just like, oh, so what they are doing is creating like a craving in somebody and anyone who is kind of like already gonna like be doing stupid human tricks for money, like putting on a show or whatever, those are the people that are going to be easily like nudged with those types of things happening and those rules suddenly appearing, and people, you know, from YouTube or TikTok or whatever advising you on how to get back on track or whatever. And it's just like, okay, no. And the funny thing is that, so my friend, she is not gonna fucking like, excuse me, don't patronize me, just like me. I'm not gonna put on a show for you guys. You're gonna get exactly what is happening when I decide to go live in my life. Whatever is happening, that is what you're gonna get. I'm not putting on a show for you. I'm not gonna pretend to be someone I'm not. I'm not gonna pretend to have drama. And that's what they want. They want us to keep you guys hooked on, and they want people arguing with each other in the comments because they want us as live streamers to keep you on the app spending money and watching advertisements. And that's just like, that's why I don't ask people to send me money, because the shit's already like predatory in general, like trying to make you send money and spend money every place. And I just think that's gross. And I'm not going to be a part of that. If I am in a place where I am in having a situation and I need help, I will ask for help. I have in the past and I will again in the future if it happens. But I'm not going to ask for help if I don't need it. And like, I haven't needed help in like a year. So I haven't asked for help. Oh, it's so fucking warm in here, you guys. I'm gonna cry. I'm so proud of myself. I wonder if that video has downloaded from TikTok yet. Be right back. Okay. Yeah, I think you found me. I think you're from Bigo, right? Did you start at Bigo, or did you just go there and come back for me? Because I remember you were on Bigo at one point. I'm pretty sure. I only have like, a handful. Are you black? You're a black dude, right? I have a handful of people who are black who follow me, and I'm not kidding. Everybody that is black pretty much that follows me, unless you're a girl who follows me because of the BV video, there's a lot of girls just across the board that follow me from that video, because it's really still to this day, I still get views on that video, comments on that video, and messages from girls about that video. So that I can teach them how to do what I did to cure BV forever. And because men are disgusting, and you have to know how to like counteract the nastiness. But anyway, but majority of the black people that follow me literally came from Bigo, because I think Bigo is more like it panders to the black community more, and TikTok is more like the white people live stream community, if you know what I'm saying. Hi Misty. No, you're white. Ha ha ha. You didn't find me from Bigo? Bigo's the other live streaming app where like it's basically like, well, like I just said. I gotta turn, maybe, I don't know, I kind of want to turn that thing on, but I kind of don't. Maybe I should just turn a fan on like low. We'll see. Let me turn the fan on. Get air circulating. I don't want it to be loud is really what it is. I hate that shit. Okay. I'm pretty sure this fan's not too bad. So we're just gonna move the cold air from the floor towards the back of the house, front of the house. Whatever. Okay. We've got a very slow, cold. Oh my God, it's working. Oh, guys, the heat's like just billowing right here. Oh. I think you're. Oh shit! Cool. There's another
This
Slim
taste in
Jim.
their voice, boy, like the foul taste of populism in their mouth.
That's right. Anyway, so now they fired James Lee. James Lee's going to be just fine. James Lee does great work. He doesn't need them. They actually need him.
If he ditched Big Pharma and told us the story on your show, I don't think he gives a shit.
Yeah, right? The guy walked away from Big Pharma money. So, yeah, I don't think he gives a shit. I think he's going to be fine. Everybody support James Lee. We support him over here. Come see me on tour in Pottstown, Pennsylvania, Waikiki, Hawaii, and the Comedy Store in Los Angeles. Go to jimmydore.com for a link for tickets. Hey, check out the story we covered about Gavin Newsom attending a COP30 climate summit while his own state faces unhealthy levels of air pollution. Click the video on the screen to watch.
No. All right, we still got 10 minutes till Candace comes. So let me watch this video talking shit about.
How long can makeup hide your real face?
Beauty influencer Michaela
Noguera.
liar.
Lies.
Hot lying yet again.
Scamming.
Snake.
Oh my god, I'm sorry.
If there was someone born to be the biggest beauty influencer, it must be Michaela Noguera. The quote, realist influencer on TikTok, Time 100 creator, Forbes top 50, over 20 million followers, brand deals after brand deals after brand deals, and even launched her own brand that made $1 million in 8 minutes. But somehow, there is still a way to mess everything up.
And I make it very apparent in the caption that it is an ad. This literally just changed my life.
This is so obvious. Like, yeah, she used fake lashes.
She lied about donating makeup to a homeless shelter.
So when she opens her mouth, she lies.
She lied about so many things.
I know her for scamming and for being greedy.
Come on, Michaela. This is the best that you could do.
As your marketing bestie who graduated top 1% UCLA Business Economics with a background in marketing, we're going to explore how even being the favorite can still fail you if you have a terrible brand.
She just lies to lie.
I don't use filters.
And she literally photoshopped Selena Gomez to look bigger.
And the even bigger mystery. Why did Michaela's beauty line still sell $1 million in 8 minutes despite the controversies around her personal brand? But more importantly, how you, yes you, can use these branding lessons to build a successful brand to help you down your career. Because by brand, I don't just mean slapping your name on a bottle.
I don't want a brand, I just want to learn about the thing.
Girl's POV new lip product is making people's lips do this.
Incredibly sticky and patchy and clumpy.
I don't know who approved this.
Branding is how your future client, future boss, future boyfriend sees you. And yes, you have one. I'm creating the series to analyze pop culture icons from a marketing perspective. Before all the allegations of the realist influencer lying about her face, her voice,
We're opening the over 300 packages I received in PR. Kim Kardashian. Well, I think something a lot of people don't realize about influencer brands.
her lashes, her personality, her ads, her own wedding.
She cut a bunch of her friends from the wedding so she could invite a bunch of influencers to the wedding. And this entire thing is basically just a brand trip for Michaela.
I am not okay.
We do need to look at what Michaela did well to build the almost perfect brand. Michaela 1.0 was a small town Massachusetts girl who got laid off during the pandemic and started making beauty TikToks. She was one of the girls, showing makeup fails, honest reviews, insecurities, and relatable content.
I question if I'm good enough and if I'm even lovable, and it makes me feel like something's wrong with me.
The anti-influencer influencer until the 3 cracks of branding leading to a branding crisis. Branding trap number 1. Selling or selling out. Everybody wants to support the working class Massachusetts girl who has a big dream until selling became the entire persona. As one of the girls, anything Michaela recommended sold. Hence, all the brands were flooding in trying to get the Michaela effect. But Michaela, while hustling hard, sometimes forgot to try the product first or even put it on during the ad.
This looks like false light. This is how? What?
It looks peculiar. It looks bizarre. The mascara's on, it looks cute, and then all of a sudden there's a swish, and all of a sudden there's some extra shit on the end.
Wow, lashes too good to be real? Turns out they might not be real to start with.
Here's a side-by-side just to give you some context. And it's very obvious that Michaela used fake lashes to enhance this look.
This is so obvious. Like, yeah, she used fake lashes.
But wait, this was just the tip of the iceberg. Because as it turns out, allegedly the entire brand of sweet, relatable Michaela was a mask. And the concealer was starting to crack. The more you dig, the more branding blemishes you find. It's like the feeling when you find out you've been charged $200 again because you already
there
paid
yet?
your membership. But wait,
It's only been
once
5
you're done,
minutes.
there is more. The girl's girl got us. And what to buy and
I was
what
trying to
not
space
buy.
out so that I
Right?
could
Full
watch
face of makeup
Candace
I
in
hate.
10 minutes.
It bleeds like a your under eyes raccoon at the end of the day, which sucks.
Until they pay, of course.
For the lashes, I'm using the Pillow Talk Push-Up Lashes in the beautiful Dream Pop color. I love how it pairs with the eyeshadow.
But very likely you bought more than just one thing from the realist influencer who claimed to always show unfiltered real beauty.
I want to be open about it and talk about it because I see how it affects everyone. But in my videos, I don't use filters, right?
In my videos, I don't use filters, right?
Michaela, we caught the filter glitch.
The neck filter has been seen slipping on and off of her girls.
A champion of realness, body positivity.
I mean, Selena taught me herself. Don't put so much pressure on yourself.
So Michaela Noguera took that pressure that she feels for herself and she literally photoshopped Selena Gomez to look bigger.
But the constant trying to be perfect thing, it's exhausting, okay?
Looking totally the same in her post, and the professional third-party photo, totally a camera issue. Damn those $3,000 cameras. While selling you how great the makeup looks with the smoothest filter.
Gorgeous. Like, it looks unbelievably beautiful.
The issue is not using a beauty filter. There's nothing wrong with wanting to look beautiful. It is using it as real skin, then claiming that's the result of the beauty products she wants you to buy. Imagine buying the Photoshop result rather than the product. Or even worse, buying the wrong thing.
I want you to pay attention to the cap of this mascara. Notice how it's a black cap. Alright, this is the supposed before and after. And as you can see, this is a pretty dramatic before and after, right? Turns out her eyelashes weren't the only thing that changed because
Well, I've certainly wasted a lot of my money on inaccurate influences, or even worse, sneaky subscriptions that keep charging my card. There was no reason for
Are
me
you about
to
to sell me
pay
an ad right
IMDb
now?
Pro monthly.
Stay-at-home moms, if you work in the medical field, my mom's a teacher, like, I totally understand.
Yes, of course, she completely gets it.
First-class service rating.
Because the Michaela that we know overworks herself in opening tens to $100,000 worth of PR packages every day.
I've been so excited about this.
Shops until she passes out
I went luxury shopping and completely blacked out.
and gets flown up to everywhere. Try being an influencer for a day. Not saying it is not her work. I very much respect her for posting so consistently, but she has lost touch with her own market,
People think I'm obsessed with this, but I'm okay with it. I am obsessed with it.
which are made up of young girls who originally felt seen by a girl who didn't exactly fit into the beauty standards and who cannot afford all the luxury products but wanted quality, who came from humble working class with such a genuine accent. Oh wait, that was also allegedly made up.
I'm not letting you buy.
It's so warm in here. The glass is starting to pop. Or the
I am standing
jars.
in the Fisher
Boop.
Student Center. I actually work here at the Information Center, so I'm sure you'll be seeing me around.
Yes, that is how she spoke before. The realest influencer of all time does not even use her real voice, which is fine. Paris Hilton played the dumb blonde airhead with her baby talk voice, and Michaela played a thick accent, average day Boston girl that she attributes to her upbringing and identifies it as, quote, a redneck accent from where I'm from, which works extremely well to build a relatability card until exposed. But she still is just your average day girl who happens to allegedly use her wedding to get sponsorship. There was
Okay,
a
come
full
on.
product gift
Time is
of
on.
Elf for
Candace
her
is
wedding guests
coming.
to experience a marriage material lip kit duo that allegedly sold out in 18 minutes. Genius marketing, genius branding, by the way.
Silly
Every influencer
Magoo.
in attendance, like Mr. James Charles, posted a get ready with me video on TikTok before heading to the wedding, which seemed as if they were contracted to do a brand deal or something. And TikTokers were saying how it looked more like a sponsored influencer event instead of an intimate celebration.
It's not
event.
Magoo because you're a pervy groper, right? And you're just like,
excited. She had a whole station with the lip kits, which was amazing. After dinner, I obviously needed to touch up my lips, so this was perfect.
Dead?
The packaging is so cute.
But no. According to Business Insiders, Michaela Noguera
bro. We're all waiting, Candy.
how long can makeup hide? Imagine buying the Photoshop result rather than the product, or even worse, buying the wrong thing.
I want you to pay attention to the cap of this mascara. Notice how it's a black cap. All right, this is the supposed before and after. And as you can see,
Here she
this
goes.
is a pretty dramatic before
Okay, I
and
gotta wait
after,
5
right?
minutes and then
Turns
we're
out
gonna
her
start
eyelashes
Candace,
weren't the
okay?
only thing that changed because
Well, I've certainly wasted a lot of my money on inaccurate influences.
Dude, my whole
or even
house is
worse,
warm for the
sneaky
first time
subscriptions that
in
keep charging my card.
2 years.
There was no reason for me to be paying
4 years?
IMDb
3
Pro
years?
monthly.
2 years.
But Rocket Money got you and me covered. This is a really useful all-in-one personal finance app.
I gotta go
that
check
helps
this
you
stuff
cancel
over there.
subscriptions, lower bills, and
I'm gonna go
manage
check
your
on
money
everything.
better. In
Here,
fact, Rocket Money helped its customers save up to $740 a year through premium features and saved over $180 million in canceled subscriptions. They identify all your subscription in one single list. From there, you can select the ones you don't want anymore, and Rocket Money may be able to help you cancel with just a few taps. But there's more. They help you lower bills, set budgets, and even automate saving, not spending on false beauty promises. And you can get started today for free. Join 10 million members using Rocket Money today at rocketmoney.com/Zoe Unlimited or scan the QR code on screen. You're welcome. But what is not free is the branding aftermath for Miss Michaela. With the scandals, everything is about to be seen in a new lens of greed and fakeness. Branding trap number 2, out of touch.
First class service Louis Vuitton is literally so good. Try being an influencer for a day. Because the people who say it's easy are so far out of their minds.
Michaela's brand was long gone from just a normal girl doing
That's why I don't want
makeup
to have a
after
huge
growing up
following
and becoming notable
and have to have a
they
manager
kept
and a
being
PR. I don't
influencers
want
and
that.
taking on deals after deals after deals. Some of them
Too much for me. I
some
can't
allegedly
be
not.
held down
Yet,
to like a
she
schedule like that.
refused to let go of the relatability card and played it a bit
And I'm not willing
too
to
long.
perform stupid human tricks.
To 100 packages on my doorstep.
While her entire life became all PR trips, brand deals, and
If
high
I'm
end
telling
sets,
you, trying to sell something to you, or I have an ad about something, it's because I very much like
yes,
it.
of course, she completely gets it.
First class service
Because the Michaela that we know overworks herself in opening tens to $100,000 worth of PR packages every day.
I've been so excited about this.
Shops until she passes out
I went luxury shopping and completely blacked out.
and gets flown up to everywhere. Try being an influencer for a day. Not saying it is not hard work. I very much respect her for posting so consistently, but she has lost touch with her own market,
People think I'm obsessed with this, but I'm okay with it. I am obsessed with it.
which are made up of young girls who originally felt seen by a girl who didn't exactly fit into the beauty standards and who cannot afford all the luxury products but wanted quality, who came from humble working class with such a genuine accent. Oh wait, that was also allegedly made up.
Did you accidentally post your video
The
twice?
Piat package.
Hi, it's OL Michaela here, and I am standing
It's
in the Fisher
twice-
Student
it's
Center. I
like-
actually work here at the Information Center, so I'm sure you'll be seeing me around.
Yes, that is how she spoke before. The realest influencer of all time does not even use her real voice.
Oh, I'm
which
so
is
excited.
fine. Paris Hilton played the dumb blonde
Isn't it a
airhead
cool
with
trick?
her
Yeah,
baby
it
talk
is.
voice, and Michaela played a thick accent, average day Boston girl that she attributes to her upbringing and identifies it as, quote, a redneck accent from where I'm from, which works extremely well to build a relatability card until exposed. But she still is just your average day girl who happens to allegedly use her wedding to get sponsorship. There was a full product gift.
They were unbelievably correct. All right, you guys, happy Tuesday. I'm going to ask you a question. It's actually a riddle that we're all familiar with. What came first, the chicken or the egg? That's what's on my mind. That's what's on my mind really all day. Because yesterday, we were explaining to you guys this sort of random coincidence, maybe not a coincidence, of the FBI seemingly choosing to work in offices that are kind of being run by like French royalty in essence, right? These old French American families. Now, why would our FBI do that? Surely they would have been aware that they were choosing to work in buildings that might potentially have some foreign interests. But then you know what? It clicked. The chicken came before the egg. Of course, don't be ridiculous. That's the answer to the riddle. LOL to the American history that's taught to us in the public schools. the French helped to establish the United States. They came over and they helped us win our big independence from the big bad Brits. And then what? They just left us alone. It was just an act of charity. Like, we're good. We want nothing in return. We just want you guys to be free. Does that make sense to you? Come on. Turns out, actually, and you may have known this, maybe I'm just American ignorant, but our FBI was founded by the French. In theory, the FBI really is in France's building over in Wilmington, if you think about it, for a long time. And I have been thinking about this for a long time. So, welcome back to Candace. I actually want to begin this episode with a comment from yesterday's episode because, you know, we ran that poll wondering whether or not the public agreed with me about my lawsuit, me being filed by Brigitte Macron, me being sued by
Jerry,
Brigitte
thank
Emmanuel
you.
Macron, and whether or not it was just one big federal setup meant to bankrupt me. And here is an answer that we got in the comment section. Look at this. I believe that the purpose of Macron's lawsuit was that it was supposed to go nowhere because Candace was supposed to have been assassinated before the case got to court. Then they could forever claim that Candace was lying, which is evident by the fact that they were suing her for quote-unquote defamation before someone had killed her. This was their plan, but I pray that it has now been foiled. I had never considered that, and that hit really deeply, and that is a dark thought. And I think now I'm wondering, I have a lot of questions. Everything feels different in this post-Charlie Kirk world. Where to begin? How about we should talk about the founding of America? Because, man, those Catholic priests that I was telling you about, they were unbelievably correct. I told you guys a long time ago how when I was considering whether or not I should be Orthodox or Catholic, but I knew that I was sort of done with Protestantism, I had been taking instruction from these priests in Europe and in the UK, and one of the fathers is a real bookworm, right? Kind of this cantankerous Englishman, no time for the American education system whatsoever. And he said to me quite famously, "You Americans know nothing of your own history. Your country was founded by Freemasons." And that just kind of permanently now echoes in my ear because boy, was he right. A war that had been
anyone who
waging
watched Da
across
Vinci
Europe
Code
for
knows
centuries
that.
had then spilled
Or
into
what read the Da Vinci
America.
Code, rather.
It was largely a spiritual war. It was really a theological war. That's what I'm starting to realize. That's why America never really had an appetite for Orthodox or Catholicism, because the Catholics and the Orthodox have kept history. They know what was going on in Europe, not the fake history that's packaged and sold to Americans. They know what the Freemasons were up to. Freemasons who caused all of those revolutions against really the Christian empire across Europe. The idea really, I now think, is keep Americans fat and dumb and drugged and propagandized, right? And then when we need to, use their men to mass murder other Christians overseas. That's the big picture that I'm beginning to see. All of this to say, did you know that our FBI was founded by Charles Joseph Bonaparte? I had no idea. I hate to be American ignorant, but I had no idea. And yes, that man was the founder. And yes, that is like Napoleon Bonaparte. His grandfather, Charles's grandfather, was Napoleon Bonaparte's brother. Was his great uncle. Napoleon Bonaparte was his great uncle, which makes it kind of hilarious, right? Because our tip yesterday from that person in Wilmington, Delaware, was asserting that the FBI had these offices, these kind of hidden offices, maybe kind of in buildings that appear to be in part controlled by French American families who might have some conflicted interests. Particularly, we were discussing the DuPont family, right? Mentioning the DuPont family led to a flurry of tips coming out of Delaware. It was incredible. People in Wilmington saying, they own kind of everything, like everything, hospitals, schools, buildings, you name it, it is theirs. And then we received some more tips from people who were invested in sort of the urban legends of the DuPont family. They were telling us, hey, I went to school with DuPonts. Like, there's a lot of stories there. And these stories sound a lot like what you were covering in your Becoming Brigitte series. You remember actually right before we had been sort of interrupted in Becoming Brigitte series 2, season 2, we were speaking about Eric Dupont Moretti, and we were speaking about how he was kind of known
My
or named for
great
himself, making an argument for happy incest.
grand uncle
People were telling
was
us
good
like, hey,
friends
this DuPont
with
family, there's a lot
the
going
head
on
of the
there,
DuPont
and
family
they've
who ran the
also
DuPont
maybe been involved in some murders.
chemical plant.
Again, this was DuPont folklore, if you
He
will.
was a steel
But then more
steel
emails came in,
magnet.
and you know
He
what?
built like
It's not
railroads
entirely
and stuff.
folklore.
My great
It's really just not. This is
grand
actually
uncle.
an article that appeared
His name
on
was
Vanity Fair, so let's read it
Henry
together.
Clay Frick.
And I'm going to issue a trigger warning.
The Frick Museum in Manhattan, that's his
Today's
house.
episode in general, I should say, is not for the faint of heart. Here's the headline. DuPont Air gets no prison
I'm a
time for
Hyatt.
raping
I come from
3-year-old
big
daughter.
money. My family
And
had
the
big
person who
money
emailed this
before
over
my
said
mom
this has actually
came along.
kind of lived in me for over a decade because I was so disturbed by the story, and you should read this. And it tells us that Robert Richards IV was in 2009 convicted of raping his 3-year-old daughter 7 years after she, who was just 5, told relatives that she didn't want her father to be touching her anymore. And it says, in an alarming twist, the judge who sentenced the heir to the DuPont fortune let him off with no jail time, arguing that the 6'4" Richards will not fare well in prison. That was the argument that the lawyer made, and the courts in Delaware found that to be valid. So instead of sentencing him
And
for
remember,
prison
the
for raping
Bidens
a
are from
toddler,
Delaware.
it goes on and tells us that Judge Jan Jordan ruled that Richards would benefit from treatment instead. Critics have since noted that such treatment is usually offered only to drug addicts or those in possession of child pornography, not convicted rapists, and the details of the case became public this month when Richards' ex-wife sued him for damages related to the abuse of their daughter. Here is how the News Journal describes the convicted rapist in this case, quote, Richards, who is unemployed and supported by a trust fund, owns a 5,800 square foot mansion in Greenville that he bought for $1.8 million in 2005. He also lists a home in the exclusive North Shores neighborhood near Rehoboth Beach, according to the state's sex abuse registry.
You guys. What do you mean? I won't have big money. I'm not gonna. My inheritance is gone. My mom spent it all before I was old enough to collect it. But so my grandfather's father was a Freemason, and he was from Philadelphia, and he was at the time in the early 20s. He was one of the youngest. He was the youngest. What is it called? Like a CB radio, but it was something else called something else back then. He basically made that. He was an inventor, and he made it possible, and he was an engineer. He was whatever that is called, engineer. And he helped invent that shit and make it a thing. He invented parts of it. And so he also invented, I have a photograph somewhere in my stuff, but of a newspaper clipping from the 1930s or something. He invented, I think it might have been the it was either the 30s or the 20s, I don't remember. It was after a war, and he invented the electric piano so that people who couldn't get out of their hospital beds could still play music. What else? But anyway, so he molested my mom, and he forced my mom into ritualistic things. Like, my mom 100% had those experiences, and that shit happened to her. They took photographs. There was I've seen, that's how I know 100% it's true. I've seen proof of these meetings of people like wearing fucking like cloaks or anyway, it was fucked up. And like it's true. Like the stuff is true. That's why, dude, yes, I know it's true. That's why I never put my kid in modeling or tried to make my kid go on TV or tried to make him famous. I would never put him forward in that way. So, because it's all demented, the whole community of the upper echelons. It doesn't matter. Like Hollywood has become so wealthy that it has become another part of it. But like previous to Hollywood, like it was the mob that ran Hollywood, totally different situation. But now the cults are running it, and it's just the hype, the super wealthy. You've got to think like when you have all the money in the world and you can pay people to do anything for you, like be your personal servants, and like you can pay to literally have any experience you want. You could do anything when you have enough money to do it, right? And eventually everything loses its luster. And so it's like when you watch, this is why I don't consume pornographic material. When you watch porn, you have to one up yourself like every time. Like you get off to something and then like you have to watch something more like slightly more, demented, perverted, whatever, in order. And like you keep going that route, like you're going to end up in a really dark place. And when you have money and in conjunction with that, and you can watch something and then just go do it, pay people to do it, then you are going to be performing more and more extreme things in order to reach a satisfaction. That's Puff Daddy in a sense, like in a sense, like in essence,
Tells us that his great-grandfather is the DuPont family patriarch, Irénée DuPont, and his father is Robert H. Richards, a retired partner in the Richards, Lawton, Layton, and Finger law firm. Now, I already know what you're going to say. Hey, Candace, is that the law firm that's filing the paperwork for you? And the answer to that is yes. And I did not know that, no, until literally yesterday, because Richards didn't sound to me like DuPont, so I had not put two and two together. As I was doing this episode talking about the DuPont family, I hadn't realized that the people that are filing paperwork for me, or rather the founder of that firm, the founding partner of that firm, who's since retired, is DuPont. It's the DuPont family. So makes sense, because as the people in Delaware are telling us, everything is DuPont. The Vanity Fair article continues. The heir to the DuPont chemical fortune, and to be clear, that is what they specialize in, chemicals that are used in war. We're going to get more into that later. Also admitted to sexually assaulting his infant son. He was initially charged with 2 counts of second-degree child rape, which would have carried a mandatory 20-year prison term if convicted. Richards, again accused of raping 2 of his own children, was instead released on a $60,000 bail and eventually copped a plea deal that involved him admitting that he had abused his children, but received that lesser charge of 4th-degree rape. Okay. Now, the article goes on to tell us that this is hardly the first time that the DuPont family has found itself the focus of unsavory headlines. John DuPont shot Olympic wrestler David Schultz dead in the driveway of the family's mansion in 1996. 2 years later, the decomposing body of a Las Vegas prostitute was found stuffed in the air conditioner of a seedy motel. She was killed by 3 hired hands. As Dominic Dunn reported in Vanity Fair, the money traced back to the DuPont family. It appeared that Lisa Dean, who is a DuPont, didn't approve of her drug-addicted son dating a drug-addicted Vegas sex worker, so she and her husband, Christopher Mosley, had her killed. Both John DuPont and Mosley died in prison. Okay, great, cool. France in the story. We've got an alleged murder for hire. I guess not an alleged murder. It's not alleged, it's just murder for hire. We've got incest. We've got Jeffrey Epstein's ties to France. I'm just kind of noticing a theme here, if you will. A theme here that makes me a little bit uncomfortable? Are you feeling uncomfortable? Because you should be feeling uncomfortable, especially if you're me, okay, and you find out really by the grace of God that there was this plot to murder me, okay? I'm just not liking all of this coincidence. It's starting to feel like a conspiracy, if I'm being honest with you. And we should get back to our map now because it's getting a little squishy in Wilmington, Delaware. I'm feeling claustrophobic in Wilmington, Delaware, and I've never even been there, okay? So here's our block. We got a couple of blocks here, and we told you yesterday, we've got this FBI suite in this building that's actually owned by the Wilmington Trust at 500 Delaware Avenue. We've got Brigitte Lawyers at 919 North Market Street. Also in that building happens to be Stacey Sheridan's registered agent. That's Stacey Sheridan of Turning Point USA. We're going to talk about her in a second. We've got the Wilmington Trust actual location, which is at 1100 North Market. We told you about this crane, this red crane at 1100 North King Street, and that's Bridge Complex, which is supposed to house Insight headquarters, and they've got a French CEO. It's just a lot happening here. And again, now having a registered agent in Delaware you have an LLC, you're supposed to have a registered agent, and people tend to choose between Wyoming and Delaware, sometimes Las Vegas to form their own corporations. But wow, what are the chances that Stacey Sheridan has a registered agent that's in that building too? Because I have LLCs, and I've got LLCs in Delaware, and I'm not even in Wilmington. There's a lot to choose from. It's a whole state. But Stacey Sheridan's registered agent is there too. People had noted, by the way, that she had a few LLCs, which she was getting paid through. It could all be above board. I don't really know, but the one I'm speaking about is Cloverstone Ventures. Stacey, by the way, is the Senior Advancement Director at Turning Point USA. She was brought in specifically by Tyler Boyer to raise money and to take Turning Point to the next level. And regarding Tyler Boyer, now we could say maybe a couple of weeks ago that he's a criminal, but actually Donald Trump pardoned him. He pardoned Tyler Boyer a couple of weeks ago, so we can't, that's actually not real. He's been pardoned. But he is always up to no good, I can tell you that. And he brings in this Stacey Sheridan. I gotta tell you, I did not like her at all. Just the vibe was off. I did not like her, and I expressed that to Charlie to his face when she was hired. That's when I kind of notoriously said to him, you can't go down this path with money, okay? Because people that want to raise money and you're bringing people over with the incentive of just wanting a lot of money, you can run into trouble that way. Which is why I didn't feel great about the fact that she was so involved after Charlie's assassination. Stacey Sheridan is the one that was filming. Everyone was like, who's filming his casket as it's being escorted off of Air Force 2, crying, holding that Stacey. Like I said, I just felt spiritually that Charlie hiring her was a mistake. She didn't pass my vibe check. Suddenly she's everywhere. She's eulogizing Charlie Kirk on stage. She is capturing intimate photos of his casket. She's then at the White House shedding tears over this fake holiday that's been created, when I just want to solve actually who did this. And the whole thing was making my skin crawl, if I'm being honest. Her involvement specifically made my skin crawl, and I want to say that openly and honestly, okay? But she's there. And she's there in this squishy block. In this one block, we are all just chilling Wilmington, right? And we would have never gotten to this block, by the way, had it not been for the Egyptian planes. Us simply tracking these Egyptian planes and somebody giving us a tip like, hey, kind of weird that's flying through Wilmington. And we go, aha, lights on. And here we are, right? We learn about this French and Israeli Ace Partners being the second largest shareholder of Satis. They decide to lease out this hangar. We learned that that requires federal approval because it sits on federal airways. And maybe that means it requires French approval. Who knows? Who knows? I don't know anything at this point except everything stinks to high heaven. And so I started asking myself, what do we all have in common? Why are we all just chilling in Delaware? That's what I'm trying to ascertain. What are we all doing over here near King Street? Who is the king, right? Do we have some shared interest that I haven't seen through yet? And now would be the appropriate time for us to get back into that timeline, because there is an important question that we forgot to ask. So let's jump into our timeline, beginning with the inflection point, which was that Tucker Carlson speech. Now, I want to say this, on that July 11th, when Tucker Carlson gave that speech, I did, and I hope I'm not betraying anything too private here, but I asked Tucker about that speech. I was like, what inspired you? I went back and watched it, and he's going hard, and he's talking about where's all this money coming from, and is this even a meritocracy? Like, why are people that are not impressive billionaires? What's happening in this country? I asked Tucker, what made you say that? And he said, I had no plan to say it. It just came out of my mouth. It was just inspired, just came out of my mouth when I hit the stage. There was no plan. Charlie said goes Max, and that is what Tucker riffs. And I do think that was a part of, there was something spiritual that moved him to say that. I will say that. Anyway, so that's July 11th. Tucker Carlson speaks at Turning Point USA's conference, and the donors freak out. Calls out Jeffrey Epstein. He says that people who serve in foreign armies should be stripped of their citizenship. He muses about Bill Ackman's wealth and where it comes from. We are told, even though we have not been able to confirm this with a shred of evidence, that it was 7 days later that the request came from to Turning Point USA from UVU's chapter, for Charlie to have this event. That's very late in the day already, but again, we see no proof of this. We do know that right after that, our Egyptian yellow plane flies to Lincoln, Nebraska. And 2 days later, it is announced in Nebraska that they're going to be doing a trade and investment trip with Egypt. There was some private off-record meeting that took place to make this come to fruition. And there were international professionals that were there per the media. But who were these professionals that met with Secretary of State Bob Evnen? Why is this meeting somehow off record? And when people, and they have done that, have requested information, they say, oh, there's nothing that's public that we can share with you. Thank you to, by the way, the citizens of Nebraska who did that. I received your emails even if I was not able to respond. Anyways, then it departs Nebraska, our yellow planes, and it heads to Wilmington, and then it goes back to Cairo. We then know that in this same time frame-ish is when Charlie vacations up to Maine for a couple of weeks to be with his family, goes off radar. We've got Mikey McCoy and his wife, Eliza, that join them for the first time they're doing this joint family vacation, and Mikey's capturing these last videos that are going to warm our hearts about Charlie. And he's like amazing. That's just how he is. And on July 25th, Charlie speaks in Westchester, New York. At the end of July, this is a new little update for you. YRefi comes in as the #1 sponsor of the Charlie Kirk Fall Tour. So this is end of July, early August. And I'm wondering why they did that then, because that's pretty late in the day. Remember, this was something they freaked out about when I said, hey, this is not how Turning Point events are come together. They're not instant, actually. In the history of me speaking on college campuses and having headlined these tours, they are planning them at least a semester ahead. And then it was like mass panic. I got like Lila Rose and Ali Stuckey, who have never headlined their tour, suddenly saying, that's not true. That's not true. What are you talking about? And I'm talking about I worked there. So I know exactly what I'm talking about. And that was a weird thing to debunk. And I'm wondering, why was this put together so late in the day? And I am musing here, but I'm wondering if YRefi, after Charlie lost millions of dollars, said, hey, you can make that up by going on tour. You know,
some sunlight.
Like we are willing to do this. And maybe Charlie actually wasn't planning on going on tour at all. And this tour actually came together very quickly. I'm musing on that. I'm not introducing that as a fact. I'm introducing that as a question. Anyways, back to our timeline. YRefi is going big, and they are going to be the main sponsor of this fall tour. And that's how that came together. Then we know that in very early August, Turning Point was scouting that location and that event, and they specifically requested for Charlie to be in that amphitheater. Now, apparently Charlie had done, according to some insiders, had loved an event that he had done in an amphitheater environment in Nashville. but I don't know if he said, I only want to do that going forward. But I do know that Turning Point USA insisted upon that. The person that was orchestrating that event, Macy Crofts, was saying, look, this is what Charlie wants, and that could be true. August 2nd is when we have our French Legionnaires arriving in America for a 3-week training session in California, which is going to end on the 25th. And then a couple of days later, we have that Hamptons retreat, which Charlie Kirk himself described as an intervention, as an Israel intervention. And influencers who were there said that he was being pressed on his shifting viewpoints on Israel. And we know that the influencers were paid for by Bill Ackman. I don't think that that's particularly a big deal. Obviously, he has interests and was potentially coming on as a donor for Turning Point USA. We have what I do think is a big deal, which is Bibi Netanyahu calling Charlie and offering to take Turning Point to the next level. And that, my friends, is the billion-dollar question, maybe the trillion-dollar question. In exchange for what? Have we considered that? This man is fighting like a 20-front war, and he calls Charlie Kirk and asks, do you want to come to Israel? We can take Turning Point to the next level. In exchange for what and through who? Because I'm going to guess that Bibi Netanyahu is not just going to write a check signed by Bibi Netanyahu and just do that as an act of charity. In exchange for what? What's he going to take Turning Point to a next level? This is something that nobody has denied took place. No one has denied that this took place. And Charlie declined. Charlie declined that offer. So what that signals to me is that Charlie then had information about maybe how they move money, right? Without registering for FARA. I don't know. I think that's a big question that needs to be asked. Let's keep going onto this timeline. Charlie says no, and almost immediately, 10 days later, we got our next point is that our planes come back out and they're flying to Lincoln again. They're going to Omaha. They're going to Wilmington. They stay for one night. Charlie speaks in South Carolina. We have our yellow planes then returning on the 24th, again, always through Wilmington to Egypt. We then have our French Legionnaires have completed their training, and on August 24th, 27th, Operation Valhalla takes place between civilians and military men in Minnesota at Camp Ripley. Then we have the first public sign that went out on August 27th. August 27th, that is so late in the day to begin promoting an event. TPUSA, UVU, and a local BYU chapter share a graphic announcing that Charlie is coming to UVU, but there are no location details mentioned on that graphic, so still not full details, but at least the first announcement goes out. On the 29th, we have Operation Bright Star, which commences, that joint operation that we told you about, which is biennial between Egypt and the United States military and other countries that are coming together, and it is being reported that it is going to run through to September 10th. On September 2nd, Charlie sends out the email asking for a Doge audit of his company, and he announces that Justin Strife is going to be the new COO, taking over for Tyler Boyer, who was the COO. And then we have the first known public going out in local media that Charlie's coming to town and that it is going to take place in the courtyard. That's on September 2nd, okay? On September 4th, our planes come in, and we know what happens next. Charlie is in Korea for a couple of days. He comes back on September 10th, and he gets assassinated. And that also happens to be the same day that that Operation Bright Star, that Cairo joint operation, formally ends. Okay, so that timeline makes me uncomfortable, okay? It makes me very uncomfortable, and I'm wondering if Charlie put together the Doge account, and I want to be clear, this part is speculation, because something that he maybe learned when Bibi asked to take it to the next level made him think, maybe I should look through Turning Point's finances, like where is this money coming in from and where is it going? And I don't know that for a fact, but I think it's a fair question, a fair investigative question, is what inspired Charlie to suddenly be concerned about not just where the money was going, but where the money was coming from. Was an offer made to him that he declined? Yes. What was that offer for in exchange? And I want to say this, Charlie said no. So Charlie died with his soul intact. Died with his soul intact. He said no. He said no to a lot of money. But it was actually a tip that I received early on that pulled everything together for me in a really dark way. It was water cooler talk at Turning Point USA immediately after Charlie's assassination. A few people had signified and were speculating and thinking about things that were weird. And, you know, I told you we had so many people from Turning Point USA that were just venting in our tip box and telling us that they didn't like the way management was acting and things were weird, and there were just a flurry of things that were coming in. And a few of them had signified that one of the things that was being whispered about that people thought was quite odd, that they learned that happened on the day of Charlie's assassination, was a rumor pertaining to Justin Strife. An oddly placed phone call that he made.
The arsonist has oddly shaped
immediately, as they say. This is alleged. It was on the phone
Hi,
call
bus babe.
after Charlie was shot. And I will say allegedly because there's 6 people at Turning Point USA who have said this, that were talking about this. This rumor got passed around. They said that Justin had placed an immediate call to a donor prospect. And I said, that's weird, okay? I'd like to know more about that. Can everybody try to figure out what donor that was? Now, it's possible it could have just been a very close donor friend. Charlie had them. He did. There were some donors that he loved like family members. And so that was a potential long shot thing, but just interesting. I'd like to know who he was so close to that required an immediate call. Then it turns out that these ladies told me that this donor actually...
Luigi Mangione is in trial right now.
A pretty big piece of bait on the hook for Turning Point USA.
If you want a play-by-play, go to Twitter and go to the channel Inner City Press.
They were anticipating some IPO, and that this was going to be...
He's in court giving a live play-by-play.
Changing money, okay? We're not talking like, oh, a check that's going to be reeled in for $5 million or $10 million or $50 million or like the $90 million that Turning Point USA raised in the first couple of weeks following Charlie's assassination. We are talking like billionaire money, potentially billions of dollars, and this was a very big secret, a huge secret. Just a handful of people were allowed to even know about this, that this was happening. In fact, there's probably people that are watching this right now at Turning Point USA who work in donations. I think it's a pretty large department, that have no idea, have never even heard of this, because that's how incredibly top-level secret this was, okay? But people began to find out about this because of just an unfortunate conversation that had been left unattended to, okay? Now, why was the secret supposed to be so guarded? Why is this person getting a phone call? I wanted to know. I wanted to know more. And I started messaging our mommy sleuths and our daddy sleuths and all of my sources at Turning Point USA, and I'm saying anything that you can tell me about this in case this might be important. And I got an answer and the name of the donor, and I had completely forgotten because, again, this happened so early following the assassination. I am talking before I even went to Wyoming. My brain was still traumatized. I had so much information that I was trying to process while I was grieving that I literally forgot the big part that I learned about this donor. I forgot. And these young women told me that this donor was French American, and that this donor's name was Pierre. It wasn't until yesterday, after we went off air, that I presented to you all of the stuff about the DuPont family, that it clicked, and these ladies messaged me and said, oh, you figured it out. It's Pierre DuPont. Question mark, exclamation point, question mark, exclamation point. I had mentioned Pierre DuPont. yesterday's show, and this took my breath away. I will be honest, I cried really hard yesterday, thinking,
What the hell was that?
my goodness, how could I have forgotten that this donor is French American, that was the big thing. And I was racking my brain trying to figure out that time, because I hadn't even considered France's involvement in anything. Like, who do I know that's French and has tons of money and is involved in technologies and could possibly be working on a big check that could be kept secret because it's about to IPO and billions are on the line, and it all kind of came together. And I would like an answer about this Pierre, the billionaire French-American donor, and I would like a clean answer as to whether or not it is Mr. Pierre Dupont. Yeah. Because this would be a devastatingly dark story. And my sources are very sure that this is what was on the line, that this was life-changing money. And they are very sure that this individual got a phone call after the assassination. And I think that we deserve to know. I don't think this should be a secret, right? Well, charity shouldn't be a secret. Why? And by the way, it leads to more questions like, how could you say that you knew that your IPO was going to lead to billions of dollars? How could you promise that? How could you promise that? And did Charlie know? Did Charlie know? And I'm going to be honest with you, I know a lot of billionaires, they don't part with their money like that. They don't part with their money and offer people pieces of their company, people that aren't even their family members. So why was that offer on the table? I have so many questions, and I'm going to ask them publicly. And I think that we demand answers. We should all be demanding answers, because this is now starting to feel very, very dark. It's too French, right? It's just too French. We just can't all be hanging out in Delaware. And there's one more thing that came in.
Where's my battery
regarding Andrew Colvett, very close family friend of Andrew Colvett, messaged me early on, and I, again, was not tracking any of this at the time, but they had said that they felt that Andrew Colvett was acting weird, and I'm sure that's not a big deal. I think we were all acting weird. Charlie Kirk was assassinated, but moreover, they had mentioned that specifically Andrew had told them that when Charlie said no to Bibi, he lost out on millions. Now, I'm going to say allegedly because this is a tip, but I have that tip in writing. I'm not lying to you. And I thought to myself, that is so weird. How could the spokesperson at Turning Point USA be how could they be gaining millions from that? What is the structure here of these contracts that even people that are in PR, people that are like running PR departments, are getting tips on the basis of donations? I don't know how this is working, but we need to figure out how this is working. I think it's really important that we learn the truth about what happened. Who's Pierre? Is it Pierre Dupont? And has Turning Point been paid? Obviously, it wouldn't be on this year's taxes. You're not going to find those on this year's taxes, but they would be on next year's. But we can ask now, and I'm asking now. And there's more I want to share, but we're going to take a brief break for sponsors. I'll ask the question, what are you guys doing today to protect your tomorrow? Because it seems I don't. From com/Candace. There is such a thing as a good Fed, believe it or not. There are good guys. There are good guys everywhere. You know, lightness is always fighting darkness. And I received an interesting tip from a Fed that I'm going to share with you now that might be relevant. But Turning Point USA put in a personal request to try to get the Egyptian plane story killed. You know, and I find that to be very interesting. What is it about these Egyptian planes that Turning Point USA didn't want them to be discussed? I don't know. But I am going to find out. I think we kind of have found out in a weird, really effed up way, actually. It makes my stomach churn. I'm going to miss Charlie. I really am going to miss Charlie. And I think when Charlie was assassinated, there was something about it. I knew that this story was going to be dark. Instantly, I knew that Charlie was betrayed. It laughed at me. Oh, you had a dream. Charlie told you he was... But yeah, Charlie told me that he was betrayed. And I think part of the mourning was the grief that I was experiencing was in large part due to my understanding that this was going to be missional for me. I think I knew deep down that this was going to be missional. And I kind of knew deep down that the whole world was going to be against me. And I guess the whole dark apparatus was going to be against me, not the world. There are so many good people in the world that are the reason that I'm doing this and who understood instantly and felt instantly what I felt when this all happened. And I think it's sad because I was just reflecting on, I guess, really the last part of my youth, being ignorant and thinking that we lived in a country that was free and was fair and was a meritocracy, the excitement of me and Charlie in politics. Like, we were young bucks thinking that we were going to change the world because the MAGA movement offered us this opportunity to do it, right? We're going to get Trump elected and we're going to get people to stop talking about racism and sexism and to understand like family is a priority. And I realize now, and I know Charlie realizes now, that we did not see the evil that was around us. And I'm going to miss that youth. Do you know what I mean? I'm going to miss that young experience. I'm going to miss Charlie going on dates and with a girl that he liked and me always being the wing woman and him asking. This text message is one of my favorite text messages between me and Charlie when he was getting ready to go on a date. And, he didn't date many people. And he was just kind of in love with this girl, and he was asking me, should I wear this? And this is the text message. It's so sweet. He said, do I have to change this shirt? And I wrote back, yes, and throw it away if you can. Charlie, and he writes, okay. And he's wearing a Turning Point early shirt that somebody, I think, gave to him. He's stitched on. Is it stitched on? Is it ironed on? I don't know. But I was like, Charlie, burn it. Obviously, burn that shirt. And it makes me, it's the stuff that makes me cry and makes me sad because I was so young. Charlie was so young and he was such a good person. And I'm also going to miss the young conversations that you have when you're vibing with someone and you're speaking about things that you don't understand. As you were coming up in politics, I always felt like an alien. We would have these discussions with donors and we'd have discussions with people, or people would do stuff, and I would just tell them all the time, Charlie, I'm an alien. I am new on this planet. I don't understand this. I don't understand double speak and, contracts and people threatening to sue. It doesn't make sense to me. I'm an alien. And Charlie always said he felt like he was a time traveler. This is a conversation I would say, I'm an alien.
That's how I feel too.
He said, I think I'm a time traveler. This is my home. He felt like Earth was his planet, but I think you found me and time traveled with me. Like the kind of friendship where you can talk about being a time traveler and feeling like an alien, as I've always
right
felt
here,
like
and I have an itch right next to it. I'm scared I'm
rules
gonna rip my mole, and then I
planet.
did.
I don't get the betrayal, the backstabbing, the people that dance for money. It's never made sense to me. From the time I was a kid, I just felt out of place.
Don't do
And I
stupid
am
human
out of
tricks.
place in politics. I will tell you that, because this is what it's all about, right? Selling your soul to the devil. And I don't want to do that. Anyways, that's just going a long way of me saying that I'm going to miss the ignorance of our political youth, thinking that it could be fair, thinking that we could just work hard, thinking that we could run a company, that we could launch this revolution where people were going to be happy in the future because America was the land of the free. I had to mourn that. Now I realized, and as I have expressed, that this is missional. Charlie knew he was going to die young, but there was more that were in those now seemingly prophetic text messages that I was unwilling to share at that time. But I am going to share that now. When he was speaking about his death and the visions that he was having in April of 2018, he also said some other things. He didn't just say that he was going to die. He didn't just say that Turning Point was going to be the death of him, but he also wrote this. This is on April 13th. He wrote this. He wrote, "Ish like tonight is what I have foreseen. This won't result in anything. I'll give you the context in a moment. But in our lifetime, we will experience real war beyond anything that we can fathom. Absolute and total destruction." Now, for historical reference, what was going on that week involved, of course, France, right? America, France, Israel, the Middle East, Syria, Russia, and this is the Syria before Israel and the United States overthrew Assad. What was going on was the United States and France were carrying out a series of military strikes involving an aircraft and these ship-based missiles against multiple government sites in Syria. And the official reason that we were told was because the Syrian government had apparently chemically gassed their own citizens, something which Assad had strenuously denied. In effect, if Assad was telling the truth, and I believe he was, because I think there's a war on Christians that's happening, then the West and the United States were implicated in part by a false flag attack to justify a larger military justification. That's kind of something the West does a lot, right? False flag attack, get the media going, we have to respond.
Policy
and then
change.
we just sort of take land. Yeah, that's what we do. Now, France had said in a statement on that morning on April 14th that France's red line had been crossed. So this was a story which Charlie said, this is not the thing that's coming, but this is a preview of the thing that's coming. Missiles, false flag attacks, chemicals,
There it
and
goes.
the
Now it's
Middle
starting
East,
to do
America, France, and Israel. It is something. It is something, right?
I love
was
this
the
thing.
vibe of something that Charlie felt was going to happen in the future. Something Charlie and I used to always say, I told you that, the rest is future. I think we are in the rest right now. We are approaching that future right now. And I didn't feel it then in 2018, but I feel it now. I've been telling you guys, I have been having a lot of dreams. And the dread that Charlie felt in 2018, I have been feeling. I felt it leading up to Charlie's assassination. I pulled my children out of school. I was having this dreams and visions about bees and organization that was happening in America. I have a sense of dread that a lot of these events that are happening, these inexplicable events like the Malibu fires, sort of coastal events, the Texas floods, that this is not happening by accident, okay? I have a feeling of a sense of dread that the Fed is taking from Americans right now, and that we are heading toward war, okay? I'm gonna share that. I feel that we are headed toward war, that they want war by any means necessary, and that you need to be, wherever you are in the world, fully dialed into that, okay? We can't be stupid this time. We cannot believe what the media is telling us. We cannot believe what the governments are telling us. We cannot believe whatever it is, whatever attack that's going to happen, and we're going to be told that it was this guy. We have to start to recognize the pattern of things, okay? The predictive model of this is my red line, then the red line gets crossed and people are denying it. And what happens? Christians are mass slaughtered every single time, propagandized. Christians in the East to hate Christians in the West. And there's just less of us by the end of it. And these things tend to happen, world wars, when they want a reset because people start waking up. And so I just wanted to express that to you, that I feel that we are reaching that brink right now. And you need to prepare for that. And feels like an almost inevitability because wars are planned in boardrooms, okay? In boardrooms. You're gonna send you and your children and your sons, but they are not going to fight. And I don't love a scenario right now that's happening where we have envoys being sent to Russia and Israel and everybody's meeting all this. It feels like something's coming. And I know that you probably sense that dread too. Turning our attention to Turning Point. Did you know, I learned this from one of our sleuths, that Turning Point might potentially now be becoming a real estate empire. Apparently, Tyler Boyer has a younger brother who for 10 years has worked in dental sales until Charlie died, because a unique opportunity presented itself at Turning Point USA, where Tyler had begun telling people that TPUSA plans to roll out a program to build houses for first-time home buyers. They're going to use Turning Point USA's position and audience to market this idea of new homes. And the marketing pitch is that Charlie preached to young Christians about how school and universities was a waste of time, and that it was a waste of money, and that they should get married early and they should start their lives and they should have kids. But he never really taught them how or what they should do next. So they are planning to leverage Turning Point USA's position with young Christians as a captive audience to build and sell houses. Okay, that's what the person told me, and I checked that out. They presented some proof of that conversation happening. And I think that's interesting. I think we should share that. And I'm sure that that's probably what Charlie wrote. He apparently had a 15, 20-year plan, according to Frank Turek. Or was it Rob McCoy? Rob McCoy said that, I think. I think they all said that, honestly, but Rob McCoy did say that. He kept this in his notebooks. And so a real estate empire could be on the brink for Turning Point USA. Amazing. That really is something. Anyways, you guys, we are going to take another break for our sponsors.
You mean like 15-minute cities?
We'll get into some of your comments. All right, you guys, whether you are struggling with credit cards, personal
like little
loans,
communities
or medical bills,
with
PDS
everything you
Debt has
need right
custom
there.
options to help you
Little
get out of debt. They go
enclaves.
beyond the numbers to understand your unique financial situation, and they can craft a personalized plan that is designed just for you. There is no minimum credit score that's required. TitleLock.com. Grups, this is how it works, right? When you send this or use the link in the
She's like got
description
no
below.
ads this time.
So what's going to happen now? Threats, lawsuits, lawyers, bankruptcy. This is how it works, right? When you wake up to the scam of everything, when you start telling the truth, when you say, I'm not going to become a part of the scam, when you say no.
The line has been
I'd
drawn
rather die with
in the
my soul
sand.
intact. Yeah, it's like there's only
And
one way out of this matrix.
if you
2 ways out.
if you aren't like ready, if you aren't telling the truth now, we see you as a liar. We see the lie. We know the truth now. And we see every single person who is saying, like, obviously, like, thank you for announcing yourselves that you're a liar. We super appreciate you for announcing yourselves as a liar. And that's literally, like, why I just let even my trolls do their thing. Like, say whatever you want. Because when you open your mouth, all you're doing is proving yourself to be a liar, because there's literal video evidence all right here of the facts, you know?
We're going to destroy you, or we're going to kill you. That's it. So look forward to some lawsuit being drummed up, because I have the audacity to tell the truth about what happened to my friend. And you need real friends in this world. You actually need real friends that are going to stand up when everyone is lying about everything about what happened to you on that day. And we've discovered more, by the way, but you know, it's only Tuesday. So we'll give you more. We'll give you more tomorrow. Anyways, you guys, to get to some housekeeping, some great news. My book, Make Him a Sandwich, is not just available on the Make Him a Sandwich website, which is makehim-a-sandwich.com, but now it is available on Amazon. So you can get that. You can go
Is it
to
on Audible?
Amazon.com and you can now get that delivered directly to you. I think, by the way, George put a note that says that it's not in stock. That's not true. It just means Amazon hasn't received our shipment yet, so it is in stock, and you can buy that today. I'm really excited about this. It gets to the history of feminism, and it's quite a personal
Don't forget
book
where I
also,
live, friend.
and kind of my own journey with feminism.
Eugene
and kind of learning where all bad
can't,
ideas come from.
Like, openly talk about that kind of shit. In Portland, but I'm far away from Portland.
Assassination of the Tsar, another assassination event. I think these Bolsheviks are here in America. Something I want to say to you guys. That is what my dread is. They have woven themselves quietly to give you kind of a Game of Thrones reference for those of you who watched it. While we were all warring with each other left and right, the White Walkers were building an army, and they're here. So that's the sense of dread that I have
Winter
about what's
has
happened in this
come.
country. And they are Bolsheviks, and they believe murder is their right. They hate Christians. They believe in infiltration. And
think about how they've fucking poisoned the American society. All the people who own the adult industry in general, look at who the owners are. Just look it up for yourself. Across the board, who are the owners of those companies? And you will see for yourself what has been going on just by looking at that. They are trying to destroy American society. My house is like all hazy. The whole house is hazy.
We should pray. We should hope that Charlie's vision was correct. He knew he was going to die, but also that he felt, as he intimated to me, that he had to take that option so that people would wake up. And I do think that it catalyzed an awakening here.
just
And
like
these are
COVID
risks
did,
that I also
just
feel
like Trump
initially
becoming
I have
president
to
has
take
done.
these risks to
All these
say
things
and
have
tell
to
people
happen in
at
order
risk of my own
for
life,
people to
because
wake
there
up
won't
and
be a tomorrow for our
see.
children. I sense that dread, and I hate to communicate that to you. I always try to be optimistic, but this is bad. I feel it, and I think you all feel it too. So, yeah, there's a lot that is a lot
This
to
is the age of
digest,
Aquarius, right?
and we're not done, of course. I am hopeful that Erica Kirk will issue a statement. I think in this new capacity, CEO and chairman, that we deserve an answer about that check, that phone call. We deserve a clear answer on that, and no dancing around it.
Told y'all she
Because
was
I said my
totally
sources were pretty solid on that. and I,
like on Erica Kirk. She's
am
just tiptoeing around it right
kinda
now
trying to
because
digest the devastation of it
she's
all,
trying to
really,
really
be
be
honest with you,
respectful to Charlie's
what the
wife.
implications are.
But she's
Anyways,
got
we have new
her
merch that's on our website as
suspicions.
well.
She knows
You can
about
also
Erica
now
Kirk's family.
gift someone with a membership to Club Candace to join our book club, which Core would like to. Uncovering things in our government that are hidden in plain sight. We need to wake up America, not just America, world. The world needs to wake up. And I think the mistake, which there are many mistakes the devil makes, but in overplaying his hand, was publicly executing Charlie, because it stirred something inside of all of us who still have goodness, inside of all of us who will say no to money, inside those of us who would rather be sued than to acquiesce to evil. I think it made us realize that we have to be soldiers for God. If they are going to be soldiers for darkness, then we have to be soldiers for light. Let me see if we can read a couple of these comments before we go off here. Wow, that's a huge donation that was made by Laughing Cats Music World. Thank you. I'm going to need it because I think the federal government is trying to bankrupt me 1,000 different ways. Legal fair is one of the strategies, legal fair. They just keep you constantly being sued at all times. And I feel like that's happened since I escaped the Matrix. This person writes, supporting my favorite girl, my mouth was wide when you dropped the name DuPont. I cried tonight. I love you and I love Charlie from the get-go. A big part of my everyday was ripped from me when they killed Charlie.
See, I didn't really like Charlie Kirk, but that's because he was so very Israel first, and
they all go down.
he's really like for like young men, you know? Like, I like Candace, she's for women. Younger men liked Charlie, you know? Like, in the two of them, there was kind of all the things, but Charlie just kind of, you know, he was already taking that big money. He was totally on the track to become a president. And I think that, I mean, that's all the reasons why they, you know, took him out. It's just crazy that they took him out instead of her, you know? Like, I'm shocked about that. You would have thought that they would have gone straight for her. No, they were friends. They weren't former friends. They were having an argument, but that's because he was getting a lot of pressure. The only argument was literally the Israel thing, you know? And until he resolved that in his own life, which he was already talking, you know, to people openly, even on his own show, about how the shit was wild and fucked up. Even when it first happened, he was immediately like, what the fuck? But he was between a rock and a hard place. And you got to realize his wife was probably in his ear being like, oh, honey, you know, we got to do this, we got to do that. Oh, Candace is bad, you know? Like, you know how those women be. So even if she wasn't a honeypot, she's still going to try to do, you know, her family owns very high power companies that are with Israel and the what is it called? The military industrial complex in America. So like, you know, she's going to have her own opinions and her parents are going to be in her ear. And it's just going to be a lot of pressure on him from all different places. And I think because Charlie knows that Candace was his true real friend, he could lash out in her direction because he was like not able to lash out in any other direction. And she was probably, you know, like really like, come on, dude, you got to see this. How don't you see this? How don't you see this? How don't you see this? You know, they had a very open and comfortable relationship with one another. So, and by questioning everything with Israel, it would make him have to question his relationship with his wife even. Because remember, he met his wife in Israel, and his wife is a big player in the Israel community, you know? There's a lot of things that he was going to have to spend not just a couple of weeks resolving, it was take a long time to digest that information, process it, and then figure out what the fuck you're gonna do. And when you're in such a fucking public space like that, you have to be absolutely sure that what you're gonna do is what you're gonna do. You can't just be deciding, oh no, I changed my mind, when it doesn't pan out the way you wanted, you know, like you're committed to it. So you can't just announce things unless it's like it's already done and over with, and now you're announcing it after it's over, like that kind, you know, like you can't. So yeah, there's just a lot of things you got to think of. You have to put yourself in Charlie's shoes, and you have to put yourself in the dynamic that is hard for people like us to imagine, because we could never imagine existing like that. But if you just think of all the different players that were around him, that were pressuring him to do what was in favor of the Israel lobby and of the country of Israel, like think of all the people that are in his circle at Turning Point USA, his wife, his fucking in-laws, you know, like so many people, innocent, like family members of his own, who are just have someone in their ear and they don't know any better. They're innocent to the stuff, naive. So they're just, you know, good Christian people just trying to do what's right, you know? Like even these pastors that were around him were, you know, trying to like shove that stuff down his throat. Every single person in his life, except for like Candace and Tucker, were trying to force him to continue supporting whatever Israel's doing. And that is a lot of people. Like we're talking like 100+ literal people in your physical personal life, because he had employees he was around every day. He had his his whole company where he went into the office and interacted with, like, there was a lot of people that he was interacting with on a regular basis that were in his ear, plus people that lived internationally and nationally who were highly connected, you know, like that Josh Hammer guy, through text messages, group chats, pastors from all over the country that are in group chats. Like every person he knew was trying to, and he was, because he was there seeing it all and he understood like what they were doing, he was like, I am, fuck this, you know. They were not former friends. I don't believe it for 1 second. I believe that he was about to reach out to her and do a mea culpa, and then it was going to be a done deal. I mean, you saw in the message where he said, I have no choice but to abandon the pro-Israel stance. And he was like talking right then in that whole chain about inviting Candace back to do TPUSA, this tour right now that everyone just got done doing. He was going to invite Candace because he was so fucking sick of their shit. Because they keep playing into all the fucking stereotypes, because the stereotypes come from somewhere. It's like, you know, I'm a dreadlock person and I have a school bus. Stereotypes come from somewhere. The type of person who's likely to dreadlock their hair is probably more likely to have that desire to be away from society, right? So like, it's just like common sense. It's discernment. It's common sense. It's not racism or bigotry or any istophobism. It's just observational fact. It's just the way things are. Humans are the way they are, and they fall into a series of categories. You know, maybe not every single person from this category has every other thing that every other person has. It's not like all the things are the same, but statistically they're going to have some overlapping categories. That's where cliches come from. That's where that overlap is, where cliches lie. And there are all the cliches you hear about the Jewish people, which are fucking true, because I've known hundreds of Jewish people. I'm from Miami. I lived in Miami, Florida for a really long time, Fort Lauderdale, and my hometown and shit. There's a lot of Jewish people there, dude. I worked actually at a Jewish school for Cuban Jewish kids. And I served like lunch there. I was like kind of like a lunch lady, but I worked for a company that basically did healthy meals to go in like the early 2000s, like 2004 or something. 2003, 2002 maybe. Anyway, we did like healthy meals to go. And we also served all this meals at this place. Anyway, this it's true. All the stereotypes are true, and all the stereotypes though, like with Jewish people, are like negative, like greedy, penny pinching, you know, like manipulative, sneaky, lying, like all these things. It's just very weird how, you know, humans were like so innocent before like that type of element was introduced to humanity, right? Like people in Native American people didn't even have a word for lying. They were so easily tricked by the Spaniards, who were also corrupted by guess who. But it's just, you know, the Habsburgs, let's never forget that. But so it's just weird how like the Spaniards go over there and like, you know, they lie to the native people, and then they manipulate, and all the native people are like slaughtered and killed because they don't even have they don't understand what a lie is, because it's just not even a concept that people have in a community situation like that, a native community. It's just not, people don't lie. The only reason people lie is because of lack of resources and wanting to be the one, greed, the most resources. But these are all learned behaviors. They're not things that people innately, children aren't innately evil like that. You know what I mean? Anyway, it's just weird how seemingly as you follow that certain community of people with the negative cliches, as they move their way around the globe throughout ancient and to current history, how that seeming quality of lying also follow or seem to appear in those communities when those people got there. Isn't it weird, right? Do the overlay with the map. I did. It's fucking messed up, man. Did you guys know that after the Civil War in like Atlanta, so all the slaves, everybody was free, right? Well, then all of these people that are called carpetbaggers came from New York and northern Yankee areas to Atlanta, and they just had like money. They were like bankers and stuff, and just like salespeople, whatever. They came to Atlanta and they purchased people's land for like pennies on the dollar, because they went after the war, like you owed taxes and you're like, your whole fucking land is all fucked up. You can't grow anything, so you can't pay your taxes. You can't sell anything, pay your taxes. So these people, these carpetbaggers, come in and bought all these land, all these homes, plantations, and regular folk homes alike. And then, because they were like now with wealthy in real estate, what they did is they started finding people who were, okay, so I don't know if you know this, but in slavery, there's a caste system. So there's like slaves that worked in the house, slaves that tended to children, slaves that were like, you know, hand servants, whatever. There were slaves that worked outside. There were also slaves that were taught skill trades, like steel work, you know, to hammer out horseshoes, things like that, you know, like to make weapons, to do, you know, make tools, whatever. So like there was a caste system in the slavery, and the absolute lowest on the totem pole, like what you would consider like the whatever, like the most, the people who were not smart enough to function in a house job situation, or they couldn't learn a skill or couldn't learn a trade, they were in the field. And they were the ones who literally just picked cotton or like did field work, right? Digging holes and stuff like that. What they did, these carpetbaggers, is they came and they found these now recently freed slaves, and they tricked all of the slaves, who lots of them couldn't read. Okay, so they found field slaves, and they took those field slaves and they put them up for government and made them members of government. They couldn't read, they couldn't write, they didn't understand what the fuck they were signing. So guess who was actually running the government in Atlanta just post Civil War? That's right. And you're never gonna believe who who these carpetbaggers were. It was Jews from New York who came to the South and then propped up the and I don't want to people who were like mentally handicapped, people who were like, or just like genuinely were like, what's the word? Illiterate. So they had no idea what they were signing or what things they were at, what laws. They were just being lied to and told one thing, and they were signing another thing. And so they were the ones who were actually in power. And that is literally how the political system has worked pretty much ever since. Think about it. You know, we always say that politicians are puppets. They're good at reading off of a teleprompter and wearing chiclets over their teeth, you know? That's really what they're good at. Anyway, you guys should really do research about that, because it is wild to learn.
You know,
noticing is hard.
It's
wild.
down. I think that's fair. Maybe Turning Point will have some very clear answers. They haven't given us any thus far. Just more attacks on Candace, more people purporting to be Christians attacking Candace, using biblical scripture. I have no time for this anymore. I really don't. We are here now, and the world can see what's happening. You can call me crazy, you can call me evil, you can call me demonic, you can call me whatever you need to call me that keeps you warm at night. Because let me tell you, it isn't going to be nearly as warm as you are going to be when you burn in hell for an eternity, okay? It's gonna be like nothing you could possibly imagine. This life is short. Charlie's was shorter, a short end, but this life is short relative to eternity, and that is real. And I commit myself to truth, and I just decided that I'm going to stay on the side of truth, and I am going to keep enduring these attacks and stand with the people. Seven Sheets writes, it feels like you're the only close friend really mourning him. I've been there. I'm so sorry for your loss. Please stay strong. Thank you. I appreciate that. Yako writes, many blessings, Candace, from Anton Daniels and the Bag Chasers. Keep fighting the good fight. Snowy writes, integrity, courage, intelligence, articulate, as beautiful inside and as outside. Candace Owens from the eyes of a 79-year-old. Thank you. I love making your generation proud, because I do think that that was the last generation that had real values. You know, America lost its way when we decided that we would do anything for money, which is what BB said on camera. You know, America is something you can move very easily with money. Not this American. So there's that. And Amir writes, I voted for my taxpayer funds to go from the CIA towards the Candace Intelligence Agency for all of her investigative work, because at this point, she is one of the rare public figures that are actually fighting for truth. Sadly, I mean, I just really thought there would be more allies, and there are some. Like I said, there are some good feds. There is an underground movement that is happening, but there's not nearly enough for the amount that we pay our taxes. I'll tell you that for free. Joy writes, this is deep. I've been watching Ken Burns' The Revolution. The French connection is long with America. It is. And silly us for thinking they just
the
kind of
heater
did us a
kicked back
favor and
on.
said,
It has a
"So we're not off,"
thermostat.
right? No way.
I'm
Of course
so
that's not how it
I'm so
happened.
happy.
Us silly Americans. Anyways, you guys, we're going to jump into book club. Support the show. You can do that in a variety of ways. Like I said, buying gear. We've got new kit available on the website, which we're excited about. And
You're not allowed to use your Jake break where people live, asshole. People just don't give a fuck about nobody else. Color me shocked.
Come in, order. It's time to talk about Roblox.
Roblox, a billion-dollar company that calls itself the safest place on the internet for anyone. You would see it, you would not think there's any way predators could infiltrate this game or anything like that. And what I saw was there were people trying to do horrible stuff with children within this community. And it blew my mind.
Cases against Roblox is this predation of children.
It's a huge problem. People are aware of it, but it is still growing.
Since 2018, police have arrested at least 24 people accused of misusing Roblox to contact young users and move chats off platform.
It's not okay though, it's not, on Roblox.
Unless Roblox can keep every single dangerous off of its site, then it shouldn't have the site at all. It should not be exposing our kids to this danger.
It's very dangerous what they're perpetuating. They know it, and they have made choices to not use the tools that they could be using to protect children, and they've done that for profit.
And how do you think of the problem of predators on Roblox?
So fun.
Where it stands now, Roblox is inarguably not safe for children.
Please do not send any hate or honestly comments of any kind to anyone mentioned in this video on behalf of me or yourself. The purpose of this video is to give my commentary and opinion on matters of public concern. Thank you. Roblox is an online platform and game creation system where users can play a massive variety of user-created games and experiences. It allows users to create their own games using this free platform tool, Roblox Studio, and then they can share the game with others. Users can access Roblox on a variety of devices, including computers, smartphones, and gaming consoles. According to regulatory filings cited by the New York Post, Roblox had over 150 million average daily users. I repeat, over 150 million average daily
Not my baby, though.
users a day. And 40% of Roblox's daily users are under the age of 13. Users on Roblox are incentivized financially to create their own experiences, aka games, with an in-game currency called Robux. This creates its own economy.
Often these same predators, Kevin, are paying children in Robux, the currency of the platform, to entice them into compromising positions.
And the thing about Roblox is they're making 30% of every single sale that goes through their game.
And Roblox isn't just popular with children, in particular under the age of 13. It has now spread into the cultural zeitgeist. It is a cultural juggernaut of its own. We've seen Roblox involved in such pop culture history, such as whenever one of Kim Kardashian's kids found, allegedly, some reference to her tape on Roblox.
Look at this on Roblox.
What?
Who made that? Who made that? Let me see it. Click on it. Oh, hold on. Chloe, look at this. What? Let me see.
Put a pillow in the chair.
Chloe, come here. I feel like you're the only one that would understand. Okay, I'm coming. I'm not sure what this means. This is a character on Roblox, but it says... What? I know, that's why I said. That's not my character. That's a game. Oh, it's a game? Yeah. Oh, well, then we're suing them if it's a game with my name and picture.
There was a picture of my cry face, and then I looked at it, and it said something super inappropriate, like Kim's new
hate.
No, it was an inappropriate thing that popped up on his Roblox about me.
And if I recall correctly, this was the first episode of the new Hulu iteration of the Kardashians show, so it could be argued by some, perhaps, that this was used to advertise the show and perhaps even Roblox itself.
Hey, let me call you back. Let me just call Kanye really quick.
It's okay. It's okay.
It's not okay, though. It's not, on Roblox. Sam was on Roblox yesterday. Thing popped up, and he started laughing. I was like, Mommy, look, and it was a picture of my cry face. And it was a game that someone made of Roblox. And it's like Kim's news tape. When you clicked on it, thank God you can't read yet. And it's like, over my dead body, is this shit gonna happen to me again? I just want it gone.
But again, it was kind of like, oh, there's this missing tape, a missing, unreleased part of the tape, and they're gonna release it on Roblox. So, I mean, I can imagine that would have driven some people to Roblox. That was actually the first time I ever really remember hearing of Roblox in a way that it stuck in my mind. Now, there are also official collaborations between certain celebrities, very popular with children, for example, and Roblox. We have this one right here, all the way 10 years ago. Selena Gomez did a promotional event in connection with Roblox and the Hotel Transylvania 2 movie, Hotel T, she called it.
Hey Roblox fans, this is Selena Gomez. Humans are now allowed in Hotel T.
There's this Charlie XCX had a full concert in Roblox. Apparently this was in conjunction with or sponsored by perhaps Samsung, and it was in the game Dress to Impress, but I don't know if this thing that I saw is actually a real reenactment because part of Roblox's whole design is you as a user can create a game. It is a little bit difficult when you're researching it to determine which concerts were the official ones and which were kind of fan created, but this thing right here is what I think is the official concert, and it's like Charlie's like a giant wearing a little mini skirt, which I'm sure people tried to, who knows, it's little kids running around. She's huge, and then these little black characters running around, and I'm just like, this is the concert? Samsung sponsored this? Okay. Anyway, speaking of things that are perplexing and bewildering, Cher released a Christmas album. Girl, go hang out with your grandkids. Ma'am, go sit by the tree, put the ornaments up for once or something. I'm just like, truly, I'm a Cher hater, to be honest. Anyway, so there, like I said, Charlie XCX, Selena Gomez, Cher, there's like official collabs. Roblox has also permeated into the cultural zeitgeist in a way where it's like Roblox imitates life, imitates Roblox, because we have a WAP simulator, somebody's child, presumably. I mean, I don't know. I don't think it's kids really making these games and this stuff. I think kids are enjoying it, and
I have in the past,
consumer
yes.
of it or whatever. But like, I don't know if kids made this, but kids are impressive. Maybe they did. There's this WAP simulator, basically. I mean, it's like a music video of WAP, which is just detestable and grotesque at all. Like, that hundreds of millions of kids. This video is on YouTube. It has 1.7 million views. I'll spare you my preaching at this moment, but I want to. So anyway, there's this other seemingly fan-made full concert reenactment simulator of a David concert, and this is the guy that's all entangled, just named yesterday in the media as a suspect in the unaliving of a child who he met on social media. So not only Roblox, but Discord and these other sites are being used to do some untoward things, and the Roblox has kind of permeated all of our culture at this point and is beloved by children. So now that you know a little bit about Roblox, let's take a look at some of the types of games that can be played on the platform, shall we? We'll start here. Generally unsettling. Some of this is definitely going to have to get blurred out. Shout out to the That Surprise BJ Investigates Headquarters Mothership Studios editing department. But just right here, Unalive Nico Girls. I mean, I can't even say it. This is a platform that is clearly for children. And, I don't know who's in there. 40% of the 150 million, like 60 million a day are under 13. Listen to a girl's stomach. Some of it's just bizarre, if not, generally unsettling. That's the category we're in. In keeping with this theme, there are multiple, and this is a quote. Quote, hood simulators. And what do you think they're doing in the hood simulators? Is it like hanging out and playing spades on the front porch? No, it's not. Many of the thumbnails have weapons of the perhaps automatic and semi-automatic type. I mean, it's just, what in the hell is this?
Hey, we robbing this place too. We robbing the store.
PD is not doing nothing about it. There's violence, there's weapons, there's pew-pews. And again, y'all, this isn't just teenagers. This is like kids under 13 is like 60 million a day on this website. There's that violence getting pushed. There's just generally like weird, listen to a girl's stomach. What in the hell is that? But also there's the like sort of SUL type of material that is platformed heavily and featured heavily on the site. So this is like dance clubs. So what you're doing as your little avatar character, you walk into a dance club and then you make your character do stuff. Like, you know, it's like a video game. So in the dance clubs, they're doing things that adults would do in a dance club with their avatars. And so people have, you know, argued that this is a type of a grooming.
Oh, man. Oh, Jesus.
Now, Roblox does and did have a rating, a content evaluation rating system, and there have been a few iterations of this system, but we'll start with the one that was seemingly, from my research, the most long-standing, which started at the all ages category. Ages 5 plus, this is the all ages category, so they don't supposedly allow anybody under the age of 5 on the platform. So let's take a look at some of these games that are in the ages 5 plus category. This is the all ages category. Oh look, it's a fight baddies simulator with an orange hand punching a black Roblox avatar, who's apparently supposedly a baddie. Like for more updates, welcome to Fight Baddies Simulator. Train your strength skills, fight, punch, and knock out baddies to earn wins, unlock special punching powers, and upgrade them. Premium players get 15% strength. Lagging, use a free VIP server. Okay, listen, y'all. Maturity mild, crude humor mild, violence repeated mild. You're knocking people out. But there's something you blink and you miss it right here. Unlock special punching powers and upgrade them. And this is a theme that I'm going to ask you to notice as we move through the Roblox investigation. A major component of playing Roblox games is these in-game purchases. So, I don't know if y'all ever played, you know, Candy Crush or whatever, and it's like you could buy 3 more fruits for 99 cents or whatever. You know, that like type of thing, or like Farmville. It'll like if you pay money, you can get more in the game. So that is how it works here. Remember when we mentioned the Robux a while back? Like users are incentivized to create these games. Well, they're also incentivized to do other things within the games that require money. Even Dress to Impress. There's like a special closet. You want to play dress up in the special closet, you got to pay.
VIP room.
So if you're a premium player, you get more strength. So this is like a general across the board phenomenon, you could say, within Roblox. Let's take a look at some more of the all ages games that can be enjoyed on Roblox platform. This one's for ages 5 and up. Pooping Simulator. Yes, big update. Welcome to Pooping Simulator. Don't forget to favorite the game and give us a like. Now, the way they spelled favorite right here reminded me 80%, more than 80%, maybe 88%, I think about 80% of Roblox users, according to reports that I read, are not in the US. Okay, not in the US. So who's making these poo-poo games? I don't know. Again, I'll spare you my conspiracy theories for the time being, but just things to think about. Poop and fart on your friends. Okay, Blippi. And assert your dominance by pooping and fart on your friends. Did the Dubai Porty Potty princess make this? Poop and fart on your friends and assert your dominance. Smear your poop on others. Poop Simulator, the awesome, ultra realistic Pooping Simulator. Now, I did have the staff over here at BJ Investigates Studios go and check out the Pooping Simulator to test, so I didn't have to put it upon my pupils and my retinas. Also, y'all cannot use Roblox. I couldn't even walk around and dress to impress.
Not that far down.
That's cute.
This is me being me. I don't wear shoes a lot. It's part of my thing. I'm country. Please. We can't go screenshot and take it. Okay, one more round, then I'm going to bed. Anyway, it doesn't actually appear to be that ultra realistic. Am I reporting this accurately? It was poop emojis. There was also, again, you look, poop on every surface you can, it said. Premium users get 2x coins. And so whenever, when I had my people look into the Pooping Simulator on Roblox, they reported back to me that if you pay money, you can get unlimited pooping, auto poop.
This circles back into, you know, videos I've made in the past. I've been on to Poopy Gate since 2023. We did Poopy Gate for the Olympics. We did Poopy Gate for Ice Spice, or was that the same video? I don't know. It's all a blur. Anyway, so again, we see, you know, you can pay more money and get more stuff. Ugh, what is this third one from the last on the top row? Poops and ladders. Oh my God, look at him jumping off the toilet. There's no shortage of Poopy Gate games. This is grotesque. This screenshot alone is, oh my God, poop, a big poop. So we talked about the baddies one. This is violence, you know, against women. You're beating up, you know, the baddies, knocking them out, pay extra to knock them out harder. Pooping simulator, which is just like a grotesque smear to poop on others and assert your dominance. No, thank you. No home training. And then there's also another category of games that's just like demonic, we'll say. Haunted, I don't know, traumatizing in that way. 6, 7 kid horror. Look at the big nasty. What do you call that type of mouth? The Compertico mouth. The Cheshire Cat smile. It's called something. It's got all those teeth and that boardwalk guy. Anyway. This is grotesque. Okay, it's all grotesque to me. This one's demonic. I rebuke. 6, 7 kid horror. No, thank you. Mustard, Kendrick, mango meme, scary horror, survive, escape, trend, meme, brain rot. 6, 7. No, thank you. So that's the all ages games, if you will recall. Now there's other categories of ages in this most long-standing system. Again, like I said, they have been making changes lately to the age ranking system. So at the time of the recording of this video, which is November 19th, 2025, the age ranking rating system is a little bit in flux.
Okay, Roblox players, you gotta see this. So a lot of people have been trying to trick Roblox's age verification using everything from Bratz dolls to literally pictures of Ryan Gosling. And well, this kid here actually managed to do it. What he did was he drew a beard on his face with a marker and then he put on some glasses. And if we watch the video, you can see that the system actually marks him as 18 plus, an adult, even though he's only 15 years old.
If you go to Roblox, the platform, these games are still categorized by age suggestion. It'll say,
So
you know, for
you're
9
having
up,
your
5 up,
kids
whatever.
take
so there's
pictures,
a 9 plus
send pictures to
category.
these
okay,
people
there's
now?
a 9 plus, a 13 plus, a 17 plus, and then an unrated. Okay, so we just talked about some of these all ages games. There's like a new system. They may have gone back to the old one. We're just going to go with the most long-standing system, which was the 5, 9, 13, 17 unrated. Schlep just tweeted about this. Here's a fish game on Roblox being pushed to 9-year-olds. And sure enough, realistic fart engine simulator. Now, I don't know why he's calling it a fish, but somebody did comment below. Let me take a screenshot just in case. And you'll know you'll know who Schlep is very soon if you don't already. But this says, you know, maturity mild, ages 9 plus. He's calling it a fish game. Somebody said creators of each game is gross. They need to delete it. And then Schlep says the whole group is fish fart poop games. So I guess the group, there's like a group, Hammock Studios, that create Hammock. I didn't fact check this. I'm reading a tweet. The whole group is fart poop games. Some are rated 5 plus, which means all ages. This game is also available here, Roblox. It's another poop game, also in the 9 years old plus category. The old thumbnail showed a male avatar pooping out a ladder, which a female avatar was climbing. I reported this to Roblox 5 times, but nothing has been done, and it too is being pushed to 9-year-olds. Okay, nasty, disgusting. So as you can see, the categories 5 and 9 for the kids and stuff are pretty bad on their own. Like there's a prison simulator. They have all ages games of that too. But I will remind you, there's a 17 plus and an unrated category. The key guideline to the 17 plus games and like using strong language, the game has to be marked 17 plus. You're not allowed to bully and harass and stuff like that. And this is where it starts to kind of really like get into these like hangouts. There's a lot of hangouts all over the place. There's what's called condo communities where like kids are like using, or adults too, kids and adults alike, many adults being predators, are hanging out with their avatars like in like weird situations.
Roblox condos refer to games on the Roblox platform that host explicit or inappropriate content. These condo games are designed to break the rules, featuring inappropriate animations, unmoderated chat systems, or suggestive themes. While there are surface-level condos like XYZ clubs that host animations, more grotesque condos aren't easy to find on the surface. These games are often shared through private links through Discord servers.
But look, 18 plus bathroom hangout. The description says bathroom hangout, your ultimate chill zone to vibe, style up, and connect. Okay, that sounds fine. Vibing and styling up sounds fine. Doing your hair in the bathroom mirror or whatever. Beach update, pop mall, dance floor, cozy spots, street club, express yourself, meet and connect. Join bathroom hangout today. Turn your everyday chill into an unforgettable hangout. And it's like, who on earth wants to do a bathroom hangout in the video game world? And if you look down at the maturity restricted ages 18 plus, alcohol in the game, okay, fine. They're at, maybe they're at a bar bathroom. Blood? Heavy realistic? Hold on, what? Crude humor, fear, freeform user creation, gambling? But then they say unplayable gambling content. Okay, but there's gambling in these bathrooms somehow. I don't know how that would be. Romance, social hangout, strong language, and violence. What is the blood and violence in the bathroom hangout? I didn't send anybody in there to find out, okay? I just don't know. Devil Club. It's restricted to ages 18 plus or 17. That's another discrepancy. It's like in the title up here, it's 17 plus Devil Club. But in the description down here, it's restricted ages 18 plus. Alcohol, AI interaction, doing what? Blood, crude humor, fear, freeform, user creation, cross-experience content. I'm not exactly sure what that means, but it does remind. Roblox doesn't exist in its own vacuum. There's a lot of stuff that's being played within, like, say you're going into the club right here. There might be a big TV playing the Charlie Kirk, in Nation. There might be something playing adult materials on the screen in the club, and it's not Roblox characters. It's like embedded within, because remember, people can just code these games.
I found this random game. I just heard a bad song and a bad picture.
Bennett's dad, Brian, says he came across this real-life photo, so graphic we had to blur it, of a woman's rear end in a...
There was a depiction of a sexual act in the clouds that was very obviously something quite graphic.
Roblox says this content is not allowed, and the image that Bennett found was a result of a player exploiting a flaw in the system that has since been changed, telling ABC News that this happened 2 years ago.
That was an avatar on a bed. I was not expecting to actually wander in.
I just saw hate speech against people of color. I saw kids talking about school and tons of discussion of acts.
Yes.
That was just in the last 30 seconds of the chat, not to mention what we've seen in the room.
Yeah.
So Roblox, to be fair, does limit what you can talk about. There's certain words you can't say. You supposedly can't give your number in these little avatar interactions. So this actually creates an incentive for predators, for example, or even just people who want to be friends to leave the Roblox platform and go somewhere where they do have more freedom to say things that aren't going to be blocked and things like that. And so not only does the incentive exist to get off Roblox and go and chat about things off Roblox actively encourages and supports within its platform the very easy integration to leave Roblox and go and talk to somebody else. And this is with another platform, a messaging platform called Discord. Now, to call it only a messaging platform is a little reductive, but for the purposes of what we're talking about today, let's scroll over here. Right here it said the Smile 17 plus game, also another restricted to 18 plus game for heavy and realistic blood and violence and fear. But look down here, social links to the game. There's an X account, a Discord, and this is the Roblox account, and I don't know, it's not Japanese. The point is, it's just linked right there, and Roblox has allowed and seemingly still allows even these mature restricted games. Even if a kid can't join here, they can just click the Discord, and whatever it was they were finna see in the Smile 17 plus, maybe they're gonna see somewhere else. And Roblox again allows these social links to be linked here. So that's a little bit of what you can get into on Roblox. So it'll come as probably very little surprise to you whatsoever to learn there have been countless victims, alleged victims, who have come forward and stated that they were abused on this platform or as a result of this platform.
Thank you for the floating heart, weaponized cat. How are you doing? Coco too? Oh, thank you.
Gamer, streamer, and
I'm going to be right back. I want to go heat up some food. So, please enjoy my creation. Look at all I've been making. Weaponized cats, look at that. Look at them all. I'm so excited about them. There's this one. I'm working on a larger sized one. I've got this one. Going ham. Okay, BR bait. Oh, let me put on some Christmas music for you guys. Let's see. Oh shit, I can't. I'm on YouTube. I forgot. Never mind. Be right back. the hell's my food at?
Rocking around the Christmas tree, little Christmas party.
My spoon. Where's my, oh shit. Where's my spoon? You're so fast. You're so fast. And you're so fat. Wow. Nope, leave my food alone. All right, come on. Are you guys hungry? Let me feed you. Fill my water up and feed you. Gross, it touched me. Excuse me. Oh, come on. It's like stuck in there, Money. I'm trying. There we go. Get yourself water. Water with lemon. Ooh, it's so warm in here. It's super warm right here on my bed. This is the best. I'm excited about how warm it is at my bed.
He goes by the name of Schlep Online. His content focuses now on Roblox as a platform. He claims to have conducted predator sting style operations, identifying and exposing adults who allegedly groom or attempt to engage minors on Roblox.
We caught a Roblox predator.
What's up? So we're here with your Roblox developer, right?
And got him arrested and charged.
How many images do you think we have to get rid of on your phone? Oh, like 30 or 40?
The night before, we had played games with him. We had hung out with him. But the craziest part is we had caught him from one of our Roblox predator stings.
He claims that he has personal experience being groomed on Roblox in his youth, which he says motivates his current efforts.
Well, Roblox, it was a children's game, you know, it was like little Legos, you know. I thought it was a cool game. I met a very popular game developer, and, you know, I thought that this guy was a innocent, you know, person. I thought he was a totally normal person, and, you know, I looked up to him because he
Thank you again so much.
Hero to you. Yeah, he created a game that I really liked. You know, I was like, oh my gosh, he's talking to me, he's interacting with me. I'm just a little kid. I didn't think anything of it. And what was created was this power dynamic where he was, you know, oh my gosh, this crazy developer. I looked up to him, and, you know, I'm just a little kid. And you know, it evolved into him taking advantage of me, and it went on for years. And, you know, eventually it resulted in me making an attempt on my own life. And when I was in the hospital, my mom contacted Roblox about the stuff that happened to me. And they totally brushed her off. They totally just excused everything.
And I've seen the letter that they sent, the email that they sent, and it was basically call your local police department.
Yeah, pretty much. It was called a hotline, which
hotline, yeah.
What is that going to do? You know, the email consisted of my child is in the hospital over a suicide attempt because of a game developer on your platform. So to send, here's a hotline. That's just ridiculous.
No action whatsoever.
No action until years later, until another female developer came forward about her experiences, and only then he finally got removed.
All that happened to me, it totally messed me up mentally. It made me have to go into therapy and psychologically messed with, you know, relationships that I had. Even till this day, I mean, it's something that, you know, it was messed up.
Now, once Schlepp's mother found out about what had happened on Roblox, and this is according to Schlepp's accounting of things, she contacted Roblox via email and tried to get them to remove the abuser from the platform so that he could not do any alleged abuse to anybody else.
Dave Mizuki, welcome to Hardfork.
It is great to be here. Thank you.
How do you think of the problem of predators on Roblox?
We think of it not necessarily just as a problem, but an opportunity as well. How do we allow young people to build, communicate, and hang out together? How do we build the future of communication at the same time?
He states that he reported many predators himself within the platform and within games on Roblox. He also reported a lot of content and games themselves, experiences themselves over the years for not only violating the terms of service for the platform, but also like illegal content.
You have
and
to use
actions.
discernment.
Apparently, according to him, Roblox never took any action against any
Stay
of these
single
people or as a result of
until a
any
person
of
comes
Schlepp's
along
reports. He said when they
who you
did
don't
take
have
any
to
action at
go,
all, many of those same predators
well,
or
they're super
predatory
awesome, but, you know, they do this thing, but it's okay because they're so good in this. No, just stay single and solo until you find literally exactly what you want.
himself by doing online and in-person
Because when you decide to do that and you become like you're not looking for a partner or looking for someone to have sex with or have a relationship with, you notice things about people that you would never notice before. And you realize like, oh my God, like
engage in horrible activity.
discernment is awesome.
And we would sit down, we would have a conversation.
I could look at a
sort of
photograph,
similar to
like
what
these
you
girls
do,
post
and
photographs all the time on, oops, I knew I was doing that. Girls post photos on that, like, are we dating the same guy type, no, Facebook or whatever. And every single photograph, they're like, this is so-and-so we met and we were talking and we're about to go on a date. Are there any red flags? And they post a photograph of a guy who took a picture in his bathroom shirtless. Red flag. There's a number of red flags there. Or it's a guy who's like got a sideways hat on and like the white tank top undershirt thing. Like, guys who take photographs, like you can just like, people literally wear their personalities on their face, and you can tell if someone is a pedophile by looking at their face. Your discernment will get so strong, and so you train it.
you know, they would.
By the way, I was 22 when I started in Florida. That's how old Schlepp is now. Just saying.
Yeah, we would talk to them, and a lot of times when the cops would show up, they would just admit to everything. Even after being Mirandized, they would be like, yeah, I was here to do this. And they would just bring charges on them every single time.
And how did Roblox respond to this?
In multiple instances, after we got these felony arrests on child predators, we would send them the same Google Drives that we were sending to law enforcement, and they would not take action until after our videos would release, which would get millions of views.
You get millions of views on these videos. It can't be a proud moment for Roblox. It's somewhat embarrassing. What does Roblox do then?
I made it very clear to Roblox, you know, I was willing to handle stuff privately with them, and I just wanted a line to the company. After one of my first arrests, that was literally what I put out. I was victimized on this platform as a kid, and that I wanted a line so I could properly communicate with them to report these individuals. And
you can't.
Roblox, they
no, it has onions in it.
Until what happened very recently.
Which was?
A cease and desist letter.
So Schlepp's stated reason is that he wanted to stop the same thing that happened to him from happening to other children. Apparently Roblox did not like that. On August 9th, 2025, just earlier this year, Roblox sent Schlepp a cease and desist letter, a demand, accusing him of violating the terms of service for the platform, specifically its policies around vigilante groups. This means taking the law into your own hands. And Roblox threatened to sue Schlepp. They threatened legal action if he continued exposing predators in the way that he was.
This video is actually a call for help, and I need everybody to share this video. The Roblox Corporation has sent a cease and desist letter to me, a 22-year-old, versus a multi-billion-dollar company, threats of litigation because I catch predators on their platform. Within the last year, me and my team have gotten 6 predators arrested within the Roblox.
She wants my meatloaf.
Almost all of them have admitted to doing this before to other Roblox people. Every account that I've owned,
I can't. It has onions in it.
has been terminated.
And garlic.
That we were actively talking to predators.
You can't have it.
Now been banned off.
I'm sorry, no.
What Roblox did could potentially stop some
No.
predators from facing real-life consequences. Not to mention that Roblox has made a very firm stance that I can no longer access the Roblox platform, which I want to make clear at the start of this video.
I said
I will not be accessing
no.
Roblox in any capacity
No.
at this point further, unless
He's
Roblox
staring at my
says
plate.
otherwise.
A cease and desist letter. So get this, all right? Schlep.
Yum. I'm so glad I smoked so I could eat some food. I got super stony bologna. Crocheted for like a long time without stopping. Here, you want to lick this? Go ahead. Here. You can lick my spoon. Don't look at me like that. He's licking it and he's giving me this like look like that's it. Fucking little gravy on a spoon. Yeah, you're welcome. You should be grateful that you got anything. Okay, all done. Thank you. Bye-bye. All done. I have pie. Once my stomach settles, we'll go get some pie. Look. He's thinking he wants to go in the trash right there so bad. All done. Go lay down. Yep, she's up there. No, you're not going to get her bowl. No. He's trying to tell me he wants to lick that bowl now. No. Mm-mm. Nope. Yeah, you know what she's going to do if you keep that up. She's going to come and claw the frick out of you. You better back up. Oh, yeah. The cat is going to fuck him up here in a minute if he keeps whining in her face like that. She'll go down there and she'll go, "Wah! Shut up! Shut the hell up, Orly!" That's the cat. Let's see that again. Cat? Okay, where's my other thing at before I get sick to my stomach?
Eventually, Roblox permanently banned all of Schlepp's accounts. And he had been on the platform for like 9, 8 years, 10 years. I don't know. He had been on there since he was a little kid. Not only did they ban all of his existing accounts, they banned his IP address. So he could never again make another Roblox account ever. And again, remember, this is all in the background of the whole reason that Schlepp started doing this at all was because Roblox would not take the predators off the platform. But seemingly very easily, they were able to take Schlepp, who was trying to expose this to protect children, a formerly abused child himself. It's just a little bit upside down clown world in the way that makes perfect sense to the fact that we live in an open air hell prison. Anyway, so Roblox's stated reason was they believed that independent vigilante operations can interfere with official safety protocols or can create risk or undermine law enforcement or official moderation channels. And they were like, you know, you're moving chats off platform and you're impersonating a minor. They said, you know, Schlepp was impersonating a minor, and for that reason it was a vigilante operation. Well, Schlepp made a video about it, and all hell broke loose online on social media. Primarily what streamers and commentators, even the news, seemed to be concerned with was the hypocrisy and the unfairness that I just described. Schlepp was a child on this platform who wasn't protected accurately or adequately. This is on the backdrop of Roblox CEO saying things like Roblox is the safest place for children online.
I think we're doing an incredible job at innovating relative to the number of people on our platform.
And they tried to get these predators removed.
Isn't it crazy how many times my tablet has like broken, like, and just wouldn't take a charge ever again, and then all of a sudden starts taking a charge again, and then doesn't mess up like that again for like months and months and months until like, I've had no issues with it at all for months.
And you know, I could see why.
This next one goes out to my boy Schlepp. If I make this, Roblox.
At first, the Roblox CEO
Which one of you farted?
About the whole thing and dug his heels in. They made a few little snotty little Zoom calls.
Make sure it isn't the gas over there.
Statements and things, pretty much doubling down, tripling, quadrupling down, digging their heels in and saying, no, Schlepp was in the wrong when we were in the right.
It was a big controversy when he kicked this guy off the platform.
Yeah, we want to highlight.
How should they be thinking about that?
Yeah, we want to highlight really. We have no tolerance.
It smells more like a dog fart than a cat fart, but I don't really know because the dog's been eating fish.
We've reached out to the general. We love their, feedback and input to how to scale our system. It's why we focus so much on keeping everyone on Roblox where they can share images or where all text is filtered.
Roblox went from lying about me to praising my feedback in the same sentence. For more than a year, I have been begging this company for a line of communication. They ignored every attempt. Now they are using that inappropriate outreach to me as a PR talking point in interviews, as proof that they are engaging and doing their part. Here's what David does not say. He does not mention that they went behind my lawyers' backs. He does not mention that his team had spent weeks publicly in the media comparing me to predators and mislabeling me as a vigilante. He does not mention that even after the outreach, they continued attacking me, and that in this very same sentence where he pretends to play both sides, he is still lying about me.
Last year, activist fund and short seller Hindenburg Research came out with a report arguing, among other things, that Roblox was, quote, compromising child safety in order to report growth to investors. One of the things they pointed to was that there had been a decline in your spending on trust and safety. You have denied that. Why? What did they have wrong?
So fun. Let's keep going down this. And so first off, Hindenburg's no longer in existence, correct? So you should report on that. They went out of business for some reason. The other thing is, have you researched that information? Because you're asking me about this. I'm curious if you've done your own research.
There's another guy, Schlepp. I'm sure you're familiar with who this is, a former Roadblock player who catches predators, and he says his stings have led to 6 different arrests. What's your response?
First off, we reject categorically some of the nomenclature that's been used as far as categorizing this. Many of these incidents, of course, are terrible, but I do want to highlight the vast majority of these things we hear about. The communication, the connection, the image sharing, the coordination is not happening on Roblox. It is happening on apps that young people who get handed a phone have access to.
Yeah, Dave, some of the people on our team said that they have been on it, their children were on it, and they were stalked by random men. What are you doing to prevent this?
All the while, this just continued to inflame and infuriate not only gamers, streamers, and Roblox users, but like now the general public, like parents and state governments. Louisiana said, all right, bet, David Bazooki, you ain't gonna do nothing? I will. Louisiana was the first state to sue Roblox. This was within a week after Schlepp made his video and the whole free Schlepp movement ensued.
New tonight, the state of Louisiana filed a lawsuit against the popular children's game Roblox. Attorney General Liz Murrell says the online gaming service aided predators in exploitation of children in the state.
Attorney General Liz Murrell announced that Louisiana is suing Roblox, claiming the popular online game perpetuated an environment where predators could hunt and victimize kids.
A little bit, but not really.
It's very dangerous what they're perpetuating. They know it, and they have made choices to not use.
I make money if you go back and watch my live streams that I've already posted.
Take it out of the profit, and we're going to also do whatever we can to make sure they're are structural controls put in place.
Have you gotten any advertisements while watching my live stream? Any of you? I'm pretty sure that we do make money per view, but it's like only if you get an advertisement in the middle of the live stream, pretty much.
To protect our kids.
Shortly after Louisiana, a slew of other states filed suit, including Texas State Attorney General.
So probably
Ken
really
Paxton, which
only
was in
people who
November
have
this year, 2025, for quote exposing children
don't pay
to
for
sexually explicit
YouTube
content and
Premium or
exploitation.
whatever.
Florida filed suit subpoenaing Roblox regarding age verification. Kentucky filed suit. Attorney General Russell Coleman last month in October sued, saying that Roblox quote knowingly permitted an online environment for exploitation of minors.
Underneath this cartoonish, innocent venue is something sinister.
Attorney General Russell Coleman claims the platform Roblox is fronting as a kid-friendly app, but beneath the surface, predators allegedly use it to lure children into dangerous situations. Earlier this year, a Kentucky man pleaded guilty to having ties to a extortion group called 764. He said this group allegedly is known to use Roblox and other apps to groom children.
It's never been safe. We're here to make Roblox safe. Full stop.
Okay, so these state lawsuits are mostly brought under consumer.
See, the thing is, though, is those state laws that are using Roblox as an example, this is what's happening. They're going to use Roblox as the catalyst. They're going to consider Roblox as a social media app because there's peer-to-peer communication and you have like a profile and stuff there as well. They're going to consider Roblox to be a social media, and they're going to use that as a vehicle to change and regulate social media in a way that makes it harder for us to just communicate on Twitter and TikTok and whatever this is. No. I've been live streaming for almost 5 years now. I've been live streaming for 3 years. And I have been on social media for 21 years. I've been posting my life on social media for 21 years. So no, this will never be a full-time job. But if I make money doing what I'm already gonna do for free, then great, you know? Oh shoot, I have to go and get... Be right back. I have to minimize this app real quick. I have to go get footage of what I did at the door so I can put it in the video. Be right back. You want to go outside? Is that what you're trying to tell me? You want to go see what's going on out there with the other dogs? You want to go outside? Is that what you're trying to tell me? You want to go see what's going on out there with the other dogs? With your cousins? Go. It's funny, the Chihuahuas have become Orly's livestock that he guards. He watches, oh fuck, he watches over the Chihuahuas. Bro, it's so toasty in here, man. That's crazy. All right, I'm gonna turn this up a little bit and let it go. And then I'm going to turn on the dehumidifier. Hi, Mama. Because there is some condensation beginning to develop on the windows, but I don't want to like turn it on until there's a bit of heat coming over here first. So let's just let that build up for a minute. Honey. God, you're a fat fucker.
She's a brick house. She's a fatty fatty.
Sook, wait. Wait. Here, let me lay this towel down for you. Come over here. Good girl. Come on. Where's your button at? Excuse me, money. Can you push the button for me? Push the button. Come on. Push the button. Are you hungry? Come on. Push the button. Sookie, push the button. Come on. Push the button. You want some food? Push the button. Come on.
Hungry.
Come on. Push the button. Come on, you can do it.
Hungry.
Come on. Come on, Tuk Tuk. Push the button. Good girl.
There you go. Good job.
I need to get the thing that holds it still so that way she knocks it down instead of pushes it. She tries to push it, but she knocks it down on accident. All right, we're getting roasty toasty. Oh, dang, that thing is serious. I'm gonna have to move that somewhere else after tonight. I do not want that next to me all night long. I like hearing what's going on around me. I don't like being like sequestered by sound where you can't hear anything outside. Yeah, I have like 35,000 subscribers or whatever. I had almost 40,000 subscribers, but then like I think I told the story, you might have been here earlier. I went to bed on the last day of July in 2024. I woke up on the first day of August, and all of a sudden I went from 600 to 1,000 people in my chat at any given moment to literally like 20 people. And then it stayed around 20. I think it was 60. It was 60 for a couple days. Then it went down to 30 and then, or 36 or something. And it stayed at like 36, like exactly 36 for like 3 weeks or a month. And then it went down to like 15, and then it went down again. And then it just stopped completely notifying people when I go live. And then like, you know, YouTube is like always like banning accounts and deleting people and shit. So I have a lot of, I get unfollowed by accounts. I lose subscribers about at the rate that they delete accounts, you know? And I'm not sure. Sometimes I wonder if the woman who's like been stalking me and trolling me forever and ever, like, bought literally bought followers for me, like, for some reason, so she could say, like, maybe that I bought followers or something, but I would never do that. I don't. When I was gaining my YouTube followers, I was live streaming here and on another app. And I started out with under 1,000 YouTube subscribers. And I was live streaming there, and I kept my YouTube information on the screen at all times with a sticker. And I was like, you know, don't forget to go to my YouTube, and, you know, so because I'm trying to go live there. And then it was after I was able to go live there, I got 1,000. And then after I was able to go live, or I can't remember. I can't remember when I found out I could go live. I had plenty of followers to do it. I just didn't realize I could for a while. And then I figured out I could. So I started live streaming there and here. And then I was trying to monetize. And then I reached the amount of followers I needed to monetize and the amount of watch hours. And then it just went crazy. I was literally, I'm not even kidding, I would have 1,000 people in my chat all the time. I had to have multiple mods to keep the chat under control. It was crazy. And then it just literally, I went to sleep and I had 600 people in my chat that night. I woke up the next morning and I had like 63. And I was like, what the fuck? It was like I had used the horizontal mode and they stopped putting me in the shorts feed. That's exactly what happened, is they stopped putting my live stream in the shorts feed for whatever reason. And I'm pretty sure that it's because it's right around the time that, you know, the whole October 7th thing happened. Was it that same year? I don't know if it was that same year or not, but I was openly talking about stuff, you know, and I think that they shut that down. So, but yeah, I do make, I make a little bit of money from YouTube every month. It's not very much. Sometimes it's like $50. Sometimes it's like $150. Sometimes, well, I think only 1 month, like I think you have to have a certain amount in order to like get your money. I think it's like $100. If you make under $100, you can't withdraw. I think that's happened once, but I pretty much stay around like $100, I think, a month, maybe. Definitely not enough to live off of, but it is a big help. I think Orly's ready to come back inside. It's so warm in here. And the dehumidifier is working. Dude, I can't believe how fucking warm it is in here, dude. I'm just blown away that it worked. I got all the parts I needed. I was so patient and I just stuck to it. I almost gave up at one point that I thought I was gonna have to hire a technician to come out because it was leaking, and I was just like, God damn it, dude. But then something whispered in my ear and was just like, just tighten up the nut just a little more. The one that is to the actual hose itself. Because that's the one that doesn't have Teflon tape or anything. It's the one that has the tapered end or whatever. So I just used the wrench and just tightened it literally from like, say 12 o'clock to not even 1 o'clock. Just the littlest bit, and it stopped the leak perfectly. I think what happened is when I moved it, it moved, like the hose being out the door and everything, and it's a stiff hose. I think what happened is it got just a little bit jiggled, and so it could use a little bit tightening after it got settled. And yeah, it worked. I cannot believe that I fucking hooked up my entire propane stove all by myself. You guys just don't know how. I'm so proud of myself. I did not think I was going to be able to do it. I felt very overwhelmed and intimidated by it. When I opened it in the box and I saw like what I was facing, I was like, oh my God, dude. I think I fucked up. I really think I fucked up. But guys, this heater is amazing. It works very good. I only use it, I'm using it on the #1 setting, basically. I put it on the #2 setting only when it needed to like really like fill the house up so I could run that thing. But for the most part, I've kept it on 1. And I can feel the heat all the way, like it just all the way back here right to my bed. No, it's not a wood burning stove, it's a propane stove. And I had to like put all of these like little, because the way that it's situated, you can install it in your wall or mount it to the wall, or it has feet as well, so it can be freestanding. And I use the freestanding option. And if you're gonna use it freestanding option, you need the L-shaped bracket or fitting, so that the hose, because it won't have enough clearance to bend, the hose just won't. So you have to have that L bracket thing. And so I ordered that, plus the regulator that makes the gas come out slower. I've checked it for leaks multiple times since I started using it, just to be extra safe. Be right back, hold on. Oh sweet, my prescription is ready, finally. No, it's a blue flame propane stove, so it's also specifically like made to go indoors. Like this brand makes those Mr. Heaters or whatever, little Mr. Buddies or whatever. They're like little red stoves. I have 2 of those actually here, but yeah, no, this is a propane blue flame, safe for inside the house. And right now it's currently in between the first and the second. It's almost on the second setting. Can turn it. So look, it has a thermostat, so it can tell how like hot it is. Yeah, well, I have done that plenty, and I would love to have a wood burning stove. I mean, I do. I have a wood burning stove right here, but that wood burning stove is way too big for my bus, and it's just not possible to use it safely in a bus. That stove is meant for a house that is 3,000 square feet, you know. It's a huge, it's 2 foot by 2 foot by 2 foot. It's a huge wood burning stove. And it just is too much for my bus. But it's what I could find when I needed a stove in an emergency period of time, and it was what I could afford in that emergency period of time as well. And it worked for a little while, but it also is very dangerous, so. Forgot to put some sound on.
Predation of minors, and you have adults masquerading as children.
It's a huge problem. People are aware of it, but it is still growing.
Since 2018, police have arrested at least 24 people accused of misusing Roblox to contact young users and move chats off platforms.
It's not okay though. It's not, on Roblox.
Unless Roblox can keep every single dangerous predator used.
To give my commentary and opinion on the because girl, she starts blowing over there and it's like so loud. I feel like I'm having to compete with the heater. Anyway, okay, so if y'all saw my little short earlier, you saw I have my little roller set in, trying to set my curls or whatever waves, and they're a little ornery right now, but we're gonna let them just do. Have you ever seen an eye wash cup? This is show and tell. I wasn't necessarily like this isn't the point of the video, but if you're like a thrifter and you ever see anything like this, or I guess you could just buy them like, this is like a vintage one made out of this blue glass. It's called something special. My friend Pamela gave me this, but if you have some in your eye and you need to wash it,
oh my gosh, my mom used to have one of
like
those.
Really perfect. And you can like,
It was light green.
Anyway, it's like an eye wash cup. I'm sure it's called something else. Anyway, I don't know if y'all ever saw anything like that before. Shout out to that cup. But anyway, okay, so we're going to be talking about a little bit about David today. Two reasons. Number one, I have a very good video coming out on BJ Investigates. You just saw the trailer for. If you even kind of like me a little bit, or if you like me or if you hate me, please do go give that video a watch. I've been trying to put the video out since Thursday. It's been kind of like done since Wednesday of last week. So it's like been about a week of me trying to get it up, and it's not only just me, it's, my editor. Shout out to the BJ Investigates headquarters investigation team, who has been painstakingly working to try to get a version up that is gonna, pass and everything, and finally did. So shout out to that, and that's coming out today, 5 p.m. So I need to get the show on the road over here. About 30 minutes. So I do want to talk about David for another reason today. Other than the fact that it does relate to, the video I have coming out on BJ Investigates, which is like the social media, I'm trying to be careful here, like alleged, like grooming, alleged of it all. Yeah, you gotta get you a little blue glass cup. Anyway, okay, I have to go away from y'all's comments on the live chat right now because it distracts me, and now I'm on a time crunch. I should have came on here earlier, but I didn't want it to be that long. I found an older article about David and his career that is kind of helping me to fill in some gaps, fill in some context for, things that I haven't heard before. It's very interesting because today, for the first time, when I typed in David, because I was looking D4VD, I was looking for a new picture to use for thumbnails, like the same few pictures I keep using, which I don't mind doing, but I was just kind of like, okay, I was in the mood for a different picture for the thumbnail today. And I saw a set of pictures that looked new, like I hadn't seen these pictures before, but they don't appear to actually be new. So I did pull the article up on the Wayback Machine, which is up right now. This is public for, commentary purposes and all that. But if you will recall...
Suki, do you want to go in your spot?
This is a News Nation article. This is back from September
go in your spot?
2025. A few months ago. It's December right now, December 2nd. So this is from September. This is the same month that Celeste Rivas Hernandez's body, her remains were found and also identified. And then remember whenever that, all these little videos and things were popping up, different little evidence here and there and everywhere. And then there was like this supposed teacher that was supposedly Celeste Rivas Hernandez's teacher in the past. He taught her maybe in like the 7th grade or something. And then he was like, she met this guy on social media, rap rapper in LA. And we were all like, please, David's not a rapper, but like, yeah, I mean, I see what you're saying, whatever. So that teacher, remember, said that she and David met on social media. Now, if you just like type it into Google, and I will do that right now, just so you'll know, just the question, where did D4VD meet Celeste Rivas? Okay, when you type that in, the Google AI, which, oh, girl, they done changed it. Stop. Okay. So if you ask it different stuff, it does like, word your question, even if it seems like it's the same question. The AI, Google AI thing will give you kind of like different answers. So this is one right here, just where did D4VD meet Celeste? The AI overview, again, take with a grain of salt. This is not fact. They do kind of like cite a little link here, and I think that is this right here. But like don't, this is AI overview. So that I've seen that be wrong before, but even the AI overview is like Celeste and David met on social media. Reports from her former teacher and family sources suggest their initial contact occurred on an online platform, possibly the gaming platform Twitch, when she was around 11 or 12 years old. So it's being speculated by all authorities, on all sides, that she was likely dead for quite a while, before she was found. So given the fact that she was found on the day after her, what would have been 15th birthday, leads pretty much everybody to agree that she lost her life. She became no longer among the living when she was 14. So the AI on Google is saying that she likely, reports from her former teacher and family sources, so these are two different sources, one is the teacher, one is the family, suggest that David and Celeste's initial contact occurred on an online platform, possibly the gaming platform Twitch, when she was around 11 or 12 years old. According to her former teacher, Rivas first ran away from home in early 2024 to meet David in Los Angeles after connecting with him online. Police located her in Hollywood at the time and returned her to her family. Okay, so they met on social media, according to news reports. Here's a News Nation Now report. Dismembered teen girl 15 met David on social media, alleged former teacher says. So that kind of ended up, leading me on somewhat of a wild, or even maybe perhaps slightly domesticated goose chase. And I end up on this article right here, it's Rolling Stone. Well, this one's from quite a while ago. This one is from over 2 years ago. November 21st, 2023. Meet the gamer who caught SZA's ear. Okay, wait, hold on. All right, meet the gamer. Again, this is like him being introduced. Now, this is Rolling Stone, which I have reason to believe is like a Diddy-fied, Lou Taylor-fied shill magazine. But girl, what do I know? Maybe they're the only people out here doing some type of honest reporting, girl. I don't know. But it's characterizing David at this time as a gamer. He went from making music to soundtrack. His Fortnite videos to opening for the SOS tour. Okay, by Megan Jordan. Okay, or is it Megan? I don't know. So Fortnite. Let's start there. Okay, because over here it's like, oh, maybe they met on Twitch. I saw another little AI. I'm not gonna keep filling with it right now live because I don't have time, frankly. But another little version of these AI, like when I typed in like where did David meet Celeste or where did Celeste and David meet or whatever, one of them speculated was Discord. Okay, so Discord, and then here's Twitch. But really, he started out as a Fortnite gamer. And I did make a BJ Investigates on this. That was another one that was like a lot of work. A lot of work and hours went into that video. But, of course, I still wasn't obviously able to read every single article. I don't know, I might have read this one, and it just wasn't really, like, clicking in the same way as now clicking, because that was a few months ago. Somebody's saying that David's dad is a litigation consultant. I would like to know some more about that, if that's true. Where did that? I mean, I don't think you like making stuff up, Flojo, but I just I want to know like where's that information coming off the link. That would be very interesting. That'd be very interesting. If he was a litigation and very useful for David if his dad is His name was Dald. That's interesting. Okay, so anyway, all right. So he's being characterized as a gamer, and he was a Fortnite. Gamer. Now, in my video that I made about David, I did get into his origin story. I mean, it was kind of like most of the video was like trying to trace back who is this David guy and where did he get his origins. Well, now I'm finding myself asking the question, of course, obviously, which a lot of people have asked, what exactly can you pinpoint the origins of the David meeting Celeste origin story? I've heard a lot of rumors. I've seen a lot of evidence that appears to show that they were in each other's lives for at least a year, but could it have started as early as 11 years old, like is being reported by the AI? Could their friendship have started even as early as when she was 10 years old? Could it have gone back all the way to David's Fortnite days? I'm sure someone has said somewhere exactly, but like, I'm kind of like trying to like sort through what all the different, like, you know, okay, so we got where Twitch is speculated, social media is speculated. He was a Fortnite streamer. He was also a YouTuber. He had YouTube videos. So at what point in his development as a social media personality turned music industry, whatever, I mean, performer, whatever, an artist, music, like a traditional mainstream artist, signed to Interscope Records, did he meet Celeste? I've seen a lot of pictures of, you know, supposedly Celeste at concerts, behind the curtain, backstage at concerts, in the mirror of the, you know, holding the camera and stuff like that. I even have started going frame by frame through some of David's old music videos, because like he does this thing, especially in the One More Dance video, where at the beginning it's like flashing, like every frame or every couple frames it's like flashing a different image. And I may have isolated another flash frame image of Celeste in with the camera. Now, please do not take my word for that. Obviously, I'm not providing you with any evidence. I'm saying I think, and I was doing that just right before I got on this live stream. So I want to keep doing that before I like actually present anything, because there's also a sort of like Celeste look-alike in that video. So it could just be her, and you know, I mean, a lot, like a million billion people or whatever have like curly hair like that. So I need to look more closely. But I'm really just kind of digging into like, when did they meet? Where did they meet?
Hello.
Was it when she's 10? Was it when she's 14? Was it when she's 12?
Yes, I
Was
just
she 13?
installed my heater
Where?
today.
On
It's
what
really
platform? What
awesome.
social
Have a good
media? I'm
night.
just curious. Okay, so I found this article, this Rolling Stone article today. I don't know, like I said, I might have read it before, but if I did,
Yes, I
didn't
am
remember
gonna
it.
stream
So
for Candace. If
he
I'm
was a
not
gamer
streaming for
caught in the
Candace, I'll be
ear
at
of
work.
SZA. David went from making music to soundtrack his Fortnite videos, all the way to opening for the SOS tour. And then this is one of those pictures that I said it kind of is like, I haven't seen this set of
I got in the
pictures.
zone
It's like
there
maybe
for a
it's just
minute.
because the news has been slow and like this is just like these old articles are showing up now or something. But so then there's this quote of David right under that picture. It says, "When I'm going to the next chapter," and this is 2 years ago, November 2022. "When I'm going to the next chapter, November 2023. When I'm going to the next chapter, quote, I want to leave something that marks this era for my fans." The start of David's musical career happened unintentionally. That's not true. He intentionally started the music career because he was getting copyright strikes. But maybe, you know, it's just a misleading, ambiguous way to say it. But it started in his little sister's closet. Growing up, he was an avid anime watcher and gamer. Okay, growing up, he was an avid anime watcher and gamer. And he had been trying to monetize his mastery of Fortnite on YouTube. The only problem, his gaming videos were consistently flagged for music copyright issues. So Universal Music kept copyright striking his videos. So he's trying to play his little Fortnite videos for the YouTube and, you know, put his little edits together, and, you know, Universal Music did not want him to be great. They said, It's interesting now because that is exactly who will copyright your music video. That's exactly who will copyright your content if you play so much as a few seconds of one of the David videos, even the ones that he made before he was signed, the songs he made before he was signed. Universal Music now copyrights those. So it's like they came back around and they got him anyway. Anyway, during this time, he was frustrated. He turned to his mom for advice. She suggested making his own music. In January 2022, he took his phone to his sister's closet because it had the best acoustic sound in the house and recorded a song called You and I to feature on his game footage. It was the second song he ever recorded in his life. The first was an indie song called Runaway. Run away, all one word, so you're that's a noun. When it's all one word, runaway is a noun. You're talking about an individual, person, place, or thing. To run away, the verb would be two words, run and away, with a space in the middle. Don't argue with my English degree. Okay. So anyway, as he was finding his sound, he makes a song about a runaway. It blew up on the Fortnite scene and got top 50 indie on SoundCloud. Hold on, where did it blow up? The Fortnite scene. Hold up. Hold up. I don't care how long it takes, long as I got you right here with me. I'm gonna do the David voice.
Hello,
So this
best
is like a depressing
babe.
emo, sad boy song or whatever, and that's fine. I know, like, a lot of people love that song. That's fine.
Shut
I
up,
love
you're
it.
not my real dad.
Fortnite
Shut
is a
up,
game,
you're not my
like, I
real
think for
dad.
kids. So
Shut
that's
up,
just something
you're
to keep
not
in
my
mind.
real
Something to keep in
dad.
mind. Thank you, Flo Joe. Sent me the article. Thanks so much. So it blew up on this children's video game scene. And now at the time, y'all, just to be fair, David was likely a child at this time as well. I think right now, today, he's 20. So this would have been, he would have been a minor himself at this time. So I'm not saying like it's wrong for him to be playing Fortnite, but it's just kind of like David was presented to the public like as an adult romantic artist, like romantic homicide. Now, just to be clear, I wasn't keeping up with.
Well, looks like it's time once again for another exciting episode of Allegedly Grown Man Watching a Kids Show. So everyone's talking about the new Barbie
Allegedly
movie coming
grown
out in July,
man
right?
watching
I'm
a
excited
kids
for it. The entire
show.
internet seems to be excited for it. It's going to be a heck of a time. And so in the meantime, I thought I would mentally and emotionally prepare myself for this generation-defining event by going back and experiencing all the deep Barbie lore we've had up to now. I mean, like, you can't just jump into Avengers Endgame without watching, like, 12 versions of the exact same movie, right? Now, there are 4 distinct generations of Barbie movies. Most people's childhood nostalgia is for the first generation that went from 2001 to 2009. So I thought I'd start off by watching maybe the most famous of these, or at least the ones I get emailed about the most, The Princess and the Pauper. So come along, kids, let's take a walk. But before that, really quick, this video is brought to you by Era. So one of the cool things about being an adult is how everything hurts and I'm tired all the time. And also I'm supposed to drink like 3 liters of water, not have to compromise. So if you're interested.
At the very same moment, 2 identical.
Okay, back to the show.
Long ago and far away, in a village high on a mountaintop, at the very same moment, 2 identical baby girls were born. One, a baby princess.
What's this demon child doing here? Quick, put it back in.
The second baby girl was named Erica. Her parents loved her every bit as much as the
One
king
was a
and queen of
princess. The other one was
But
Erica.
they were so poor. How would they be able to care for their little daughter?
Yeah, maybe you should have thought of that before you had one of these, I mean, if only there was some way you could stop all these babies from just showing up out of nowhere all the time.
Many years passed. The princess learned her royal duties, while Erica worked long and hard as a seamstress for the spiteful Madame Carp.
Wait, you said they were identical. Do you know what that word means? Also, like, in The Princess Switch, we learned that they're cousins, right? Or like in Parent Trap, they're actually for realsies twins who were separated in, like, the most bizarre legal agreement I've ever heard of. But this movie's just being silly, okay? Anyway, so the 2 girls grow up in their respective situations. Erica works as a seamstress for, like, a wicked entrepreneur lady, I guess. And Annalise is a princess. But one day, everything changes.
It all started at the royal mine. When the miners informed the queen, the gold had run out. The widowed queen was shocked. The kingdom was now bankrupt.
Just like that, huh? It's that easy. How has this country survived so long in a purely gold-based economy? What exactly have you been doing with all this gold the last couple hundred years? Who could have possibly known that one day the golden toilet paper bubble would burst like this?
How was she going to take care of her people? If only she could call on her trusted advisor, Preminger.
Well, call me crazy, but I'm starting to think that this man might not be very trustworthy.
She needed to do something quickly to save the kingdom. But what? And then it struck her. Nearby lived a rich young king who was seeking a wife.
Wait. Stop. Wait. So the only gold mine in your entire kingdom runs out of gold, and the queen's like, well, if only I had a bunch of golden artifacts or fancy clothes or castle stuff I could leverage against this. Or perhaps I should update our socioeconomic system to have more of a long-term vision. Oh, wait, never mind. I could just sell my daughter. Problem solved. Also, wait a second. Okay, we just learned that the queen is a widow, right? Annalise and Erica both look exactly the same, right? And both their fathers have seemingly mysteriously vanished. Okay, so like, someone's been getting into some shenanigans, if you ask me. Anyway, so this is the whole setup for the movie here.
Your speech at the Historical Society. After that, we have to rush, and I mean rush, to the Horticultural Society tea. Then there's your math lessons, your geography lessons, your science.
All my life I've always wanted.
Oh, it's one of them singing movies. I probably should have seen this coming. So the first song of the movie is Annalise and Erica both singing about how they wish their lives were different. You see, Erica's parents left her with a bunch of debt to Madame Carp before they, died, I guess. I don't know, we see them in the first 4 seconds of the movie and then we never see them again. So, for whatever reason, Erica has to work off this debt for 40 years or so. Because Madame Carp charges that, totally legit student loan interest, you know what I'm saying?
Keep laughing. You'll be working for me for another 37 years.
But I've already paid off more than half.
But there's an interest, isn't there? Your parents should have thought of that before they borrowed so much.
They did it to feed me.
Their mistake.
So basically, she's a wage slave in a country that's currently going through an economic collapse due to an over-reliance on a trickle-down, top-heavy economic caste system. But hey, good thing our modern world has moved past such things. You know what I'm saying? And on the other side, Annalise has to learn geography and math. So, yeah, their lives are basically the same.
Free to try crazy things. Free from endless IOU.
Anyway, so immediately after the first song, we come to find out who's been stealing all the gold and what's really been going on here.
Why, hello. Here you are, sir. The last of the gold from the royal mine. There's nothing left. Yeah, because it's all yours.
Oh my goodness! You tell me this guy was the villain the whole time? What are you doing, sir? I mean, come on, what is this? Some kind of movie for 6-year-olds or something? Also, okay, tell me these are not just the most horrifying CG faces you've ever seen. I mean, these guys kind of look like their parents were very closely related. So about 3 minutes after the first song, we get another song about how Preminger, this weird-looking dude right here, has been stealing all the gold so he can somehow use that to marry Annalise.
Yes, suppose the girl goes missing. So the king says, au revoir. Then I find her, bring her back, and make the news. Then the queen will be so grateful.
It's Martin Short's voice.
And I'll humbly tell her, how can I refuse? Yeah. When our Sarah...
Wait, what was that? What was that?
How can I refuse?
Yeah. This is literally just my 4 AM sleep paralysis demon right here. This movie is horrifying. Imagine just little 7-year-old Sally watching this on repeat every day.
One more time, mother.
Anyway, so the next day, an ambassador from King Dominic arrives to deliver a gift to Annalise and talk about wedding stuff and whatever.
Oh, thank you, Ambassador. Princess Annalise will be quite pleased.
May I inquire, Your Excellency, if you've set a date for the wedding?
Will a week from today do?
I'm sorry. Can we please run that one more time?
Will a week from today do?
I don't even know what to say anymore. So with all this going on, Annalise is really starting to not be real enthused about the whole princess thing. You know, because her whole life is just about wearing pretty dresses and...
Yeah, it's more than one woman.
So happy. Free to do
It's a group of women who wanted my attention, but I have boundaries, and so they've decided to...
He uses his spidey sense and figures out that Annalise over
you know, they're envious women, not jealous, envious. Because jealousy is, you know, just a thought. Envy is action. They're envious.
In the town, I guess, to try and cheer her up, and then he's all like, "Look at how much worse your life could be, my dude." And here she runs into Erica.
They don't like that I persevere, that I get myself out of situations that make me unhappy, that I mind my own business, that people like me because I'm a nice person.
Say it on purpose? Are we just moving on from this like it didn't even happen?
Whoa. Call me Annalise. Annalise?
Yep.
You have the same name as the princess.
Well, I'm Erica, Your Highness.
And so then they sing just like the most unintentionally hilarious song about their lives. Like Erica's just singing and dancing over here like, yeah, if I want a warm breakfast, Madam Carp charges me money for it, and then I have to walk a mile to the barn just to get the eggs myself anyway, and she gives me a cold wet omelet and then adds it to my debt no matter what I do. And then Annalise is like,
if I want some eggs, I ring the bell, and the maid comes running in, and she serves them on a silver tray, and she brings the cookie tin.
freaking brag about it. Read the room, Annalise.
And while I eat, she rubs my feet, and strolling minstrels play. But I'd rather be in my library reading science books all day. You're just like me.
Never really be free as if I just don't eat anything for the next 40 years. Oh yeah, well, my servants feed me too much food, and I have so many books in my house, I'll never be able to finish them all. Wow, we're literally the same person. I don't know, man, just like, if I was Erica and the princess started telling me all this stuff, I could probably just start rolling out the guillotine, you know what I'm saying? Anyway, so after all this happens, Preminger's dog shows up and chases Annalise's cat through the town for some hilarious comic relief.
Who's a long way from the palace.
Oh, all the animals can talk now. Of course they can. So that night, Preminger's henchmen kidnap Annalise so the wedding will be called off. And then he can do his plan of pretending to save her, and then she'll be like, my hero. But Serafina, the fully sentient talking cat, sees this whole thing going on and has to come up with some kind of plan to save the day.
Certainly wasn't called for.
Ooh, are you okay?
Oh! Oh! This has got to be the greatest CG horse I've ever seen in my life. How does this movie not win Best Movie of the Year every year? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it's not even just that. It's a lot of other things. But yeah, it's weird how over the years of them harassing me and stalking me, they've slowly, like, become, like, bizarro versions of me. You know, like, if you take me and then you just, like, put Bobo ears on me, or, like, tan skin that's, like, weather-beaten and haggard with, like, really bad wrinkles from a lifetime of smoking cigarettes, and a raspy voice, and likely a problem with alcohol or methamphetamines.
Me? What can I do?
Pretend to be Princess Annalise.
The one ladies,
I suspect
they're all dreadlocked people, too. All of them.
So the royal wedding will be canceled.
How do you know this, sir? So Jillian smuggles Erica into the castle, and his plan looks like it's going all perfect, except for one.
The same women who are in the Reddit talking shit about me are in the dreadlock pages of Reddit posting photographs of themselves, so it's like kind of easy to trace who it is.
I'm sorry, it's just the seems like, ah, crap, I didn't realize till now, but we have different colored hair. Not to worry, I've thought of a genius master plan to solve all our problems. I call it a wig. Wow, why didn't I think of that? And so they execute Operation Vanessa Hudgens. Erica has to pretend to be Annalise while Julian watches how Preminger reacts to all this, and hopefully he can find out where the real princess is. And so then we get one of those montages where he teaches Erica everything she needs to know about, like, how to be a princess. And now Erica just gets to be a princess, you know, even though she's just a regular girl from a regular town. Just like me.
Your breakfast, Your Highness.
Really? In bed?
As always.
Oh, yes, of course. Thank you.
Oh yeah, they're definitely watching now. What are you talking about? Notice how there's so many people in the chat, but only, like, you're commenting?
You kidding me right now? Her waist is, like, not even twice as big as her neck. Also, speaking of necks, like, what is going on with the head-to-neck ratio?
Yep, they live stream my live stream on their Reddit page. They alert each other that I'm going to be live streaming, or that I am live streaming.
But before that, may I present to you the greatest CG doorknob you'll ever see?
Go read the Reddit pages. Go search Subliminal Locks on Reddit. You'll find it. Go have at it.
I mean, no wonder the rest of the movie looks so bad, because, like, all the budget just went right here, you know?
Yes, Your Highness? What is it?
Hurry!
Ghost!
get it.
Yeah, so, Annalise escapes by having her cat pretend to be a ghost. So... Yep. But right after this, Julian shows up at the house, and then Preminger captures him, and then he, like, recaptures Annalise, like, 10 minutes after she escapes, and locks them both up in an empty gold mine. So Preminger's plan now, which has apparently just completely changed at some point, is to kill the princess, expose Erica as a fake, and then marry the queen. Like, this dude's whole plan makes no sense whatsoever. So first he steals all the gold so the country's economy would collapse, and then he was gonna tell the queen that he just so happens to have a whole bunch of gold here, and therefore the princess should marry him, as if no one was gonna put it together. But all the same, while Preminger's off wooing the queen by doing whatever the heck this is. Back at the gold mine, Annalise and Jillian get to talking for a while, and here's where we find out why she was so against marrying King Dominic in the first place.
Do you know why I didn't want to marry the king?
You weren't ready to get married.
No, I was in love with somebody else. The man who's taught me so much. My best friend.
So like, are you in love with me or am I in the friend zone? Pick a lane, Annalise! Also, falling in love with your teacher is an interesting choice for a kid's movie.
But I'm not a king. I can't give you what he can.
I think you're like this.
A rock?
Unassuming on the outside, but a treasure within.
What is this backhanded compliment? I mean, like, yeah, sure, you're kind of uggo or whatever, but hey, you make me laugh sometimes, so hey, why not? Thank you. You know, you're not much to look at, but hey, you got that real girthy personality. Yeah, I got it. Thanks, Annalise. Now, back at the castle, we find out that King Dominic's page was actually the king himself the whole time. What? And he just wanted to see how the princess really is, you know, doing all covert ops and all that.
The honor's mine, King Dominic.
Please, just call me Daddy. Yeah, I'm sure you're wondering why I disguised myself as a page.
Nah, actually, I was just wondering why you kind of look like Jonathan Taylor Thomas, but like if he was born in Chernobyl or something. And so, of course, obviously, the king and Erica sing a song together and hang out for like a couple hours, and then Erica's like,
Oh, Wolfie, Julian and the princess are still missing. And I think I'm falling in love with the king.
yeah, see, it's just that easy, huh? You play the piano, sing a little Rudy-Doo, and then bam! You're getting yourself all hot and bothered for some dude whose teeth, like, clip through his mouth sometimes. You know, I learned to play the piano specifically because of movies like this telling me how, like, girls love sensitive musician guys. And if I, like, played music and wrote poems and stuff, then surely they would just throw themselves at me. What's that?
Shut up, you're not my real dad.
But spoiler alert, it was really more just like, OMG, that weird kid's playing the piano again. It's so cringe. Like, can you believe he doesn't even wear American Eagle? Anyway, so just to summarize the end of the movie here, Annalise and Julian are saved by Erica's cat and that amazing PS1 horse from her. What happened to you?
Erica's cat?
And so Erica, Julian, and Annalise all managed to thwart Preminger's plan in front of everyone. Annalise pays off Erica's debt so she can travel the world doing singing stuff or like whatever she does. But after a while, she decides to come back because her true love is King Dominic and his weird spider horse. I mean, look at this thing. And then they all have like a group wedding where Erica marries the king, Annalise marries Julian, and the country is saved by switching to a geode-based economy.
Princess Annalise was right about the mine. She had discovered it was filled with geodes. Under her direction, the beautiful crystals created a new industry.
Which I feel like might be kind of a short-term solution here, but hey, now you get to live out all that teacher.
Well, they get to make watches if they have crystals,
that's all
right?
gonna have to be someone else's problem, and that's where the princess and the pauper ends. So yeah, the real moral of the story is get yourself a talking cat. Now, this is the first of these kinds of movies I've ever seen. Okay, let me tell you. This was a heck of a trip, I'll tell you that. I mean, that amazing Jimmy Neutron era CG is just like every nightmare I've ever had looks exactly like this. But like somehow this movie has Martin Short as a voice
I don't
actor,
know.
and the music was done by the London Symphony Orchestra. This movie? Now,
The thing is like I'm not even like a big creator or anything. I'm just like a little regular old person who's not really like trying to make a career on social media. So it's just weird, you know. But she's actually dangerous. Like, it's not a joke. Like, she's sent people to my home to fucking mess with me, which is why I live here now instead of on my land by myself. It's just not safe for me to do that because they've already tried to have me, like, harmed. She talks about driving by my house on the Reddit and then like strange things happen to my truck. You know what I mean? She's in the area and then weird things happen to my vehicle. It's just weird. Like, my house has got cameras everywhere, so it would be on camera at my house, but she could be just literally waiting for me to like leave, watching for my truck to go by somewhere down the road, something like that, and then follow me to a parking lot and do something. She could have a fucking GPS tracker on my car. I don't know. So anything is possible because she's literally driving all the way from California here just to drive by my house.
So it's time to continue my journey of catching up on all the deep Barbie lore before the newest Barbie movie comes out. Now, a little bit ago, I did a video about Princess and the Pauper, which was a complete cultural reset for the entire world. Okay, let's be real here. And now we're moving on to another masterpiece in the Barbie cinematic universe, 12 Dancing Princesses. This movie came out in 2006, just 2 years after Princess and the Pauper. So, what do you say we take a walk and check it out? But before that, really quick, this video is brought to you by Surfshark VPN. Surfshark VPN is an app and browser extension that lets you change your IP address to be pretty much anywhere in the world you want. Now, what this means for you is it protects you from websites and other users trying to snoop on what you're doing and from where. Maybe your country has some like weird, strict content censoring laws, or you just don't want people to potentially hack your accounts. Well, Surfshark VPN can help you with all of that. But it also has a lot of very practical day-to-day uses, like allowing you to watch the Netflix libraries from almost any country. Fun fact, Slovakia has by far the highest number of movies and TV shows you can watch, with over 7,400 titles compared to 5,800 in the US. And all you gotta do is just install Surfshark VPN and tell it to put your IP address in Slovakia, and there you go. You have access to an extra 1,600 titles. Or Japan and Taiwan have the biggest
but they're
anime
in
libraries
another
Netflix.
language.
So using Surfshark VPN, you can have access to all of that. Or in the reverse, if you're traveling away from your country, you want to stay up to date on a certain show you're watching or whatever, you can use Surfshark VPN to put your IP address in your home country, and then wham bam do it about. There you go. It's quick and easy to sign up and install, and only costs $2.49 per month with a 2-year subscription. So it barely costs you anything, really, and gives you access to all of this. And get this, you can use a single subscription on an unlimited number of devices. So let's say you and 4 other family members, you want to pitch in on one subscription. That means you get all of this for 50 cents a month. So click my link down below and use the promo code Myers. You're going to get 3 months for free. So click my link and sign up today. Okay, back to the show.
As the chief emissary of the majestic kingdom of Belovia, I am authorized by my courageous king and my magnificent queen to hereby invite the princesses of King Randolph to a royal gala. We have invited Prince...
Yeah, okay, this is literally just that Preminger guy from the last movie. I see you a mile away, Preminger. You can't fool me. So right away, we get a crash course on all the characters of this movie, most of whom are unimportant and don't really do anything. But still, as the title of the movie suggests, there are 12 of these little princess dudes just like running around.
Extraordinary ball.
Papa, look what I found. You won't believe it. See?
Whoa.
Playing through. Just be a second, Papa.
Your Highness, I really think perhaps this is not...
No, it's women. No, fortunately, because I'm not really like, I'm not one of those hypersexual content creators. Like, I don't have adult themed anything. I'm totally a mom, and I'm not like conventionally attracted. Like, I have tattoos on my face. I have dreadlocks. Like, already the type of man who's attracted to me like that is you know, there are fewer perverts out there who are just gonna be attracted to me, you know what I mean? Or there's fewer like just regular guys who are gonna act perverted towards me on the internet because they're busy with like chicks with big boobs and stuff like that, you know what I mean, that wear bikinis. The girls that literally ask for it get it. I don't ask for it, I don't get it. It doesn't bother me. Men don't bother me like that. The only time men bother me like that is specifically when those women who are operating fake accounts using my photos and stuff like that message men or answer messages that they get from random guys and they give out my phone number or whatever. But I'm a friend to men. You know what I mean? Like, and I don't keep men around me who are going to pretend to be my friend and then, like, you know, get mad when they don't get the attention they, you know, expect. That's why I honestly don't associate with men really at all. I give everybody a sporting chance, but they act weird one time and that's it. I'll never, like, give them the respect and attention in the same way again.
Just immediately runs away.
Burn me once.
Daughters? A few of them. Rambunctious, aren't they? Oh. Your Highness. Princesses? Look like wild animals.
You know, growing up, everyone talked about, like, boys fighting and doing locker room talk, you know, as if we all just stand around talking about boobies all day or whatever. But being friend-zoned by, like, every girl in my high school taught me real quick that girls are infinitely more horrifyingly filthy than any guy you'll ever meet. Anyway, so the queen popped out 12 kids like a baby trebuchet, and then she passed away. How are these things related? I can only imagine. Because, like, as we learned, she had 7 kids, and then she had twins, and then triplets? Like, no wonder she tapped out at the end. Wait, you kidding me? Also, this is Barbie as Genevieve, the middle child, who's always late to everything, you know, because she's so relatable. Now, given what just happened this morning with the whole ball invitation thing, the king is starting to worry about his daughters, like, having hobbies and enjoying fun, you know? Can't have any of that nonsense.
It's been pointed out to me that you could be doing more to be, well, proper princesses.
Like what, Papa?
You know, in looking through all these Barbie movies, like, almost all of them are about being a princess, right? Because little girls always want to be princesses, but, like, no one ever talks about what that actually means, though. So, Timmy, what do you want to be when you grow up? I want to be a firefighter. And what do firefighters do? They save people from the building. And what about you, Sally? I want to be a princess. And what do princesses do? They get married at 12 years old to their second cousin to maintain diplomatic relations. So what about you, Samantha? I love horses. But anyway, so the king is cut short when something even more important happens.
Well, the royal cobbler has arrived.
Goodbye.
Wait, girls! They're just shoes.
Just shoes?
Women be shopping them, all right, fellas? Also, like, they're all these Scrooge McDuck princesses who can, like, have literally whatever they want. So is this even really that big a deal? Anyway, so this is where we get to meet the cobbler, Derek, who you can tell is supposed to be some kind of, like, hot guy love interest or whatever because he's got, like, the biggest fish lips you've ever seen. It's the same with the king from Princess and the Pauper. Like, the hotter the dude, the bigger the lips. Apparently, every girl's dream guy is just like,
Derek! Do you have our shoes? Can we see?
Was I supposed to bring shoes?
Yes!
yeah, okay, sorry to interrupt again, but, like, why do these 3 little girls look so demonic? What happened here? So once all the girls have their new dance shoes, they want to dance, if you can believe that.
All we're missing is music.
Music? Hey!
You play?
Well, I mean, I did learn to play a couple songs in 3rd grade. Not to brag or anything, but I played hot cross buns at the talent show one time, and I only got stuffed in 2 lockers afterwards.
As you wish, your highnesses.
So then they dance for, like, forever, and we flash forward to that night where the girls are all giggles and gossips about Derek the cobbler.
Genevieve, is it the shoes you like? Or the cobbler who made them? What are you talking about? Derek is so cute.
Also, like, I'm a little confused here. So they're princesses who live in this whole entire castle, right? And they share one room together? 12 kids? Just farting it up all night? This is exactly what my nightmares look like. And then we see how one of the youngest triplets is just torturing these poor bugs by putting them in empty boxes. No air holes, no water, nothing. Just quenching her thirst for chaos.
See, the problem is he's not a prince. I don't care if he's a prince, a king, or an emperor. The truth is, you are head over heels. Don't be ridiculous. Besides, he never notices me.
Oh, yeah, okay, Barbie, yeah, whatever you say. Oh, look at me, I'm a gorgeous princess, and literally everyone in the kingdom knows who I am, but the guy I like doesn't notice me. Enough with the lies, Barbie. Now, moving along with the story
The
itself.
thermostat's working good. I'm watching it turn on and turn itself off again, and pretty proud of myself, you guys. Like, I'm really...
So he calls upon the help of his cousin, the Duchess Rowena.
Thank you, Desmond. Desmond, my things.
And the
pause this for a sec.
Oh, we won't be needing it again.
Well, between you and me, I think she might be a bad guy. Oh, also, she has a pet monkey, because, of course she does. There's nothing better than animal sidekicks, you know what I'm saying?
Oh, a little scaredy cat. I come from a long line of ferocious tigers from the deepest jungles of India.
You're about as ferocious as a fillet.
Yeah, that's definitely not going to get annoying. Anyway, so the Duchess walks right into the castle to talk to the king about his uncontrollable daughters.
Rowena, happy to be of service, dear cousin. I'm looking forward to my time here.
Come, meet my daughters.
Hold on, stop right there. Is that the queen in the back there? This is the queen? No wonder y'all had 12 kids. I mean, so after introducing Rowena to the 12 girls, including Genevieve, who's always late, as we learned earlier, Duchess Rowena is starting to think that these girls might need a bit of an iron fist to get them whipped into shape to be proper princesses, whatever the heck that means.
Well, you called me not a moment too soon. Your girls are dreadfully unprepared for royal life.
I've asked Duchess Rowena to take charge of your upbringing. One day, you'll be responsible for running the kingdom.
Yeah, I don't think that's how monarchies work. Like, wait, you're just gonna have 12 queens running this place?
Running the kingdom. You need to be proper princesses. Duchess Rowena will prepare you.
Okay, but like, why is she kind of hot though? Apparently, I really definitely have a type. Anyway, so now that the Duchess is here, she starts making some sweeping changes. She makes the girls dress in all gray. They have strict fan lessons, and their bedtime is 8 o'clock now. Everyone has to have their hair up in a bun the whole time. And with so much changing so suddenly, the girls are kind of starting to freak out a little bit. So Genevieve goes to talk to her dad about all this.
It's about Cousin Rowena, but we were fine before.
Oh, that's not what I've heard, Genevieve. But perhaps you're right. I should go.
I can't embarrass them in front of the kingdom by bringing in groups of tutors. There's enough talk already.
I'm pretty sure 12 princesses would absolutely need a team of people doing all this stuff, okay? What is this plot point here? This movie doesn't even make sense.
But Papa...
You must listen to the Duchess. She knows what's best for you.
Yes, Papa.
Hate to see her upset.
Girls are so emotional.
Wait, what is up with this movie? Oh man, women love shopping and being hysterical. It's probably on the rag, am I right, fellas?
What they need is proper guidance. Here, dear cousin, try this tea. Smooth and refreshing.
So the next day is the birthday of the 3 Eldritch horror children, and all the girls are dancing and singing, doing really weird birthday stuff. And the Duchess bursts in and tells them that they're not allowed to sing or dance ever again, because she said so. Now, that night, Genevieve is reading a story to everyone that comes from a book that their mom had made for each one of them. And it tells the story of this princess who danced in some magic stones and opened the portal to a magic world where she could dance as much as she wanted. Now, long story short, turns out that the stones in the floor of their bedroom are the exact stones from the story, and when they dance on them in the correct order, it opens a magic portal on the floor, and like, no one knew about this or discovered it until right this very moment? What is this, some kind of kids movie or something?
Amazing. Pinch me, I'm dreaming, and I'm having the same dream.
What do you think that is?
Wait, what? No, stop. Why does this world look like a PS1 game? What happened here? This is literally Donkey Kong 64.
It's just like Mother's dance pavilion. I wish we had some music.
so then they all do a ballet routine that goes on for like literally 15 minutes. So like some Barbie movies are musicals, like Princess and the Pauper, right? And a few of the earlier ones at least are ballet movies, where like the main shtick is having the characters do ballet routines that take up like half the movie. Because you know, every little girl wants to be a princess and or a ballerina, both of which only sound enticing until you actually try to do them. I want to be a famous ballerina. All right, kid, here's your complimentary eating disorder and 3 panic attacks a day. Also, you have no personal life or free time whatsoever. Wow, dreams do come true. Anyway, so after dancing all night, we'll go back to the real world and try to act like nothing happened.
Oh, wide awake, I see. We're fine. Thank you.
Now later on, we find out that the king has been stricken ill, just randomly out of nowhere.
Mm-hmm. Oh, just tired. I didn't feel up to breakfast this morning.
Papa, you won't believe what happened last night.
Last night? Don't remind me. We were supposed to celebrate your birthday and I fell asleep. Inexcusable.
What's that? The cousin from out of town who walks around making this face all the time? Might be up to no good? Yeah, okay, I saw this coming like a mile away, okay? Psh, that can't fool me, Barbie movie. So in between all of this, Genevieve gets to spend some more time with Derek.
We've been out dancing. 1, 2, 3, and 4.
Wait, but this dude's just like, yo, man, I love a girl who can count.
10, 11, 12. Imagine.
She can count to 12 all by herself? Well, she's just too rambunctious for me. I'm out of here. Anyway, so this all continues on. The king's getting worse and worse. The girls keep going into the magic dance world every night to do ballet, which they're all apparently just really into now. Like, when we first saw them, it was like, these girls love sports, and these girls love acrobatics, and this girl loves books, and these girls devour human souls. And then suddenly, halfway through the movie, it's just like, just kidding, everyone loves ballet and nothing else. Don't ask questions. So, during one of the few times when Genevieve is not doing a 10-hour ballet routine, Genevieve asks Derek to find out who the guy was that the Duchess was talking to earlier, and like, what's going on with all that.
I've been asked to inquire about your business with the Duchess.
That's between me and the Duchess, isn't it?
I wouldn't want to get my master angry. Last time I refused my master. Who was never heard from again.
Oh yeah, also their parent talks too, which I guess kind of makes sense. But like, they gave him this bizarre Indian accent for some reason.
Last time somebody refused my master.
Look at her.
Who was never heard from again. Tell me you're going to leave.
I mean, I get that it's 2006 and all that, but like, why? Like, parents are mostly from South America. Like, why would they even make him sound like this? So Derek finds out that the Duchess is buying poison from this guy and giving it to the king? What? You don't say. Anyway, so the king is like inches from death, and the Duchess convinces the girls that it's all their fault the king is dying.
I'm locking you in.
Papa would never lock us in.
Your father is sick. Who can blame him? Taking care of you with your wild ways. If you really want your father to get better, you'll leave him alone.
So all the girls decide to run away to the magic ballet world forever, which seems like a very extreme response to all this.
There's still one place we can go where we won't disappoint anybody. Maybe it's best if we go.
It's kind of like that one person everyone has in their life, you know, where it's like, hey, so sorry to bother you, but do you think maybe you could chew with your mouth closed? Well, fine, I guess I'll just never eat anything ever again. So now that the girls are gone, the Duchess enacts her master plan of having the king sign a declaration that makes her the queen of everything.
King Randolph hereby proclaim Duchess Rowena to be queen until I can resume my royal duties.
Yeah, you know, demon children and fish-lipped men aside, this movie's kind of dark. The Duchess is trying to kill her own cousin and banish all of his kids so she can take over. And like, this is a movie for 6-year-olds. But right as this is going on, Derek sneaks in to tell Genevieve what he found out. But remember, they all just ran away together to that gorgeous, magical dancing world.
My shoe polish. Over there. And there. She started here where the polish is thickest. You have got to be kidding. 10, 11, 12. 12 steps. Her dance.
Yeah, so this dude just makes a logic leap that's about 10 miles long. Wait a minute, she dances in the middle of her room sometimes? Oh my goodness, it must be a secret. She goes there and steals some of the magic flowers and destroys the portal. Oh, what are they gonna do?
1, 2. It's not working.
Oh, it's the magic power of have loved you guys. Oh, I should have seen that one coming. And so they all ballet dance through a new portal. Just third positioning their way through the sky. And they fight off the evil Duchess, Queen Lady, and her henchmen and take back their kingdom.
It's over, Rowena.
Always the ringleader. Why not give you what you've always wanted? I wish you would dance forever and ever and ever.
No?
What?
Wait. I'm sorry. I have to watch that one more time.
What? What do you want? Go.
She blows the magic back with a fan? This is the greatest movie I've ever seen. Best movie of the year every year. And so the Duchess and her little simp buddy guy are now cursed to dance forever until they die. And they make the king all better by using some magic water from that magic portal dancing world place.
It's from the lake. I took some after I scraped my knee.
It's working.
And then, of course, Derek and Genevieve get married because, you know, they had like 3 conversations and danced together one time. And really, what more do you need, you know? And that's the end of Barbie and the 12 Dancing Princesses. So the moral of the story here, kids, is there's nothing more important than family except when they try to murder you, I guess. Now, I've only watched 2 of the 42 Barbie movies that exist, but I'll tell you right now, these movies are insane. Like, I mean, Spy Kids, Shrek Boy, Lava Girl, like, they ain't got nothing on these movies. Fanning a magic attack back at the Duchess, dancing ballet so hard you open 2 magic portals? I mean, Doctor Strange who, am I right? So in the comments, please tell me which Barbie movie you think I should do next. Hey everybody, thanks for watching this video. If you liked it, please watch another one, because that's how the algorithm works. So click on this one that's being recommended to you right now, right here on the screen. It actually helps. Alright, so the newest Barbie movie comes out in about a week from when this video comes out. And so I'm continuing my quest to catch up on the extensive Barbie lore we've gotten over like 22 years and 42 movies. So far I've done Princess and the Pauper and the 12 Dancing Princesses. And in like all the comments and emails I've gotten about this, like so many of you have told me that I have to check out the Barbie Diaries. It'll change my life, apparently. So that's what I'm gonna do. The Barbie Diaries came out in 2006, and this movie is a really big departure from the entire rest of the Barbie canon up to this point. Like every other movie's about Barbie being a princess of some kind, telling like fairy tales, you know, that kind of thing. But Barbie Diaries is just about like, what if Barbie and her friends were demonic eldritch beings? Like, one look at this movie and I mean, like, sure, it's 2006 to be fair, but like they really tried something. I don't know what they were going for, but man, I am so ready for this movie. So come along, kids, let's take a walk and check out the Barbie Diaries. But before that, really quick, this video is brought to you by Rocket Money. So Rocket Money is like your all-in-one financial manager, whether you're thinking about like buying a house or you just want to reduce your monthly spending, whatever. Rocket Money is here to help you with almost any kind of financial need you might have. Managing all your monthly subscriptions, helping you lower your bills, helping you understand your credit score better, and everything in between. Probably the most immediately useful one for most of you watching this, I would assume, is monthly subscriptions. I mean, these days, you know, there's like 50 different streaming services, Amazon Prime, Walmart Plus. Like, there's so many, it's kind of impossible to keep track of all of them past a certain point, you know? So Rocket Money has this whole thing dedicated to showing exactly what you're subscribed to, how much you're paying, and they make it super easy and fast to unsubscribe from anything that you see, and you're like, oh shoot, I'm still paying for that? And like now, today's the last day of summer break until sophomore year of high school starts. But they're able to drive because they're 16, but not sophomores yet. I don't know how that works, but what's it gonna do?
This is it. When that sun sets, summer is officially over and sophomore year begins.
Oh, I'm ready. I have my first 10 outfits picked out. I even numbered my jeans so I wouldn't accidentally wear the same pair twice in a row.
Literally, who decided this rule? You know what I mean? Like, I've always heard girls talk about how, like, it's so unfair that no matter how cute the outfit is, I can only wear it one time, and then I have to just pack it in the back of my closet forever. No one's making you do this. Like, you're not the main character of the world, okay? No one's gonna care. Anyway, so after talking about all the amazing, life-changing things they're gonna do this year, the next day, they drive to school, and right away we see how the entire campus is just full of the most soulless, empty human husks. I mean, the previous Barbie movies had a very particular look to them, but like, what were they going for with this movie, you know? Anyway, so that's time to start the wackadoo high school shenanigans.
Whatever happens, it's a whole new year, and I have a good feeling about it. See, our luck is changing. Oh, I'm sorry. Were you guys going for this spot? How awkward. It's for the back.
Wait, what is that face, ma'am? Don't give me that look. Your eyeshadow doesn't even match your skin tone. Okay, get out of here.
Were you guys going for this spot? How awkward. It's for the best. You saved her the embarrassment of parking that junk heap where people can actually see it.
You mean the iconic pink Barbie convertible with leopard print seats? The heck are you talking about? What are you even driving right now? This thing looks like it's made out of cardboard. So this is Raquel and her friends, and as you've probably already figured out, they are popular girls. And we know this because they're really mean, which is how popular girls are for some reason. And then afterwards, you know, they go on the internet and they're always like, I'm so tired of all this negativity. Us girls need to be lifting each other up, so use my Shein code for 10% off.
Oh, hello. Long time no see. How was yourself? Yeah, how nice of her.
So anyway, I thought if I wear my hair up, I'll have that studious presidential look.
You know, I gotta say, 80% of this movie's budget must have gone to the girl's hair. Because, like, everything else just looks like what you see when you haven't slept in, like, 6 days. And then the hair is just insanely detailed. Every strand is rendered. Like, how did this happen?
And survive the cheap rides.
Barbie, calm down.
Barbie, having a crush on Mr. Hottie's school jock guy is a cliche. And frankly, I think you're better than that. Please, you're saying that Barbie shouldn't crush on the hottest guy in school just because he's the hottest guy in school?
The hottest guy in school? This monstrosity? This dude wearing Walmart mom jeans? This is the hottest guy in your school? Really? Man, my parents sent me to the wrong high school. Also, I love how the girl's hair is rendered and animated so meticulously. And then, like, with the dudes, they just, like, didn't even try. Like, what is this? Every guy in this movie has hair like Sid from Toy Story. But anyway, so this is Todd, the hottest guy in school, TM. And Barbie has had a big old crush on him since literally forever ago, which actually just means like 8th grade, but whatever. However, there is one big problem.
I think he just smiled at me. Shh, here he comes.
Hey, Barbie. Hey, babe.
Oh, he's dating Raquel, of course he is. It's because she had that mental breakdown over the summer and gave herself bangs, I tell you what. And if that wasn't bad enough, okay, so Barbie's dream for this year is to be like the head anchor of the school news TV channel. But when she goes in to ask the teacher guy about it, guess what happens?
Mr. Wexler, I want to talk to you about some... Sure, test scores are up. Fitness levels are at an all-time low. I wasn't ready for that. You want real news? How about this?
Jet fuel can't melt steel beams. That's right. Not only did Raquel totally steal Todd away from Barbie, because, you know, he totally would be dating her right now otherwise, okay? But also she took Barbie's anchor position. Is there no end to her tyranny?
We could really use you around the station this year.
Really?
Raquel's gonna need a top-notch assistant. Can I count on you?
You said yes? It's a stepping stone. It's just... those words.
Can I count on you?
What? What was that? What? You all saw that too, right?
Can I count on you?
What was that? What was that? This is the greatest movie ever made. So yeah, the school year has just started, literally day one, okay? And all Barbie's dreams have just been crushed into nothing.
I can't believe I chickened out. I just saw Raquel there, all perfect, and I froze. Something's wrong with me. I'm like terrified of taking risks.
Come on, that's not true. Remember that time you wore your pajamas to the Waffle House on a dare? That was really
thrilling.
I mean, real talk, that's kind of overdressed for Waffle House. Anyway, so sometime later, I think it's like the next day, maybe, or 6 months from now, who knows. But at some point later in time, Barbie gets some very interesting news.
What's up?
Hey, check it out. I was shooting cheerleader practice, and look what wandered into my shot.
We don't have to be together every second.
There are millions of guys who would want to spend every second.
Raquel.
So over it.
Oh my goodness, Barbie, this is your chance. Those mom jeans could be yours. So she carpe diems her way over to Todd in his time of need.
Oh, Todd.
Huh? Oh, hey, Barbie.
Oh, you're blocking my locker. I heard about Raquel dumping you. I mean, about your breakup.
Barbie, thanks. You're the first person to make me laugh all day.
Yeah, sure, no problem, Mr. Hot Guy Voice. And right after this, we see Barbie and Todd walking together, and now they're sitting alone on the bleachers? Man, Barbie is ruthless. This dude broke up with his girlfriend like 8 seconds ago. And Barbie's like, wow, don't mind if I do. And so, what do you know? Just like that, the hottest dude in school who definitely cuts his own hair. Okay, let's be real here. Todd himself has the hottest for
My water? And tell Todd we're over. I have no desire to see him. I'm sorry, Todd, but Her Majesty doesn't want to see you.
Good. I came to see you. Say champion. It's just you all know these guys.
So Todd asked Barbie to go to the spring formal, and of course, you know, she means to say yes, but like any girl in this situation, all that comes out is... Now, of course, this means that Barbie and her friends have to go buy some new dresses, but what do you know? Raquel's there at the store with her friends, and things take a bit of a turn, as they always do.
Todd, hey, that's so funny you called. I just picked out my dress. I can't wait for you to... Oh, no, I totally understand. It's just a dance, right? Was that Todd? I told him he needed to talk to you ASAP. Todd and Raquel got back together.
All right, ladies, when do we murder Todd? Now, the lady working at the store sees this, and she talks about how, like, she sees a lot of herself in these girls, so she gives them a free charm bracelet they can pick out of this box thing. But there's a little twist.
I've been exactly where you are. To me, that makes us sisters. So pick your bracelet. Excellent choice. That one comes with a diary. One of the charms is a key that opens the book. Just wave it over the lock.
That's really nice of you.
Great. I'll keep this on hold for you in case you change your mind.
Okay, but like, what about the other girls? Barbie gets a free diary, they don't get nothing? Nice choice, Barbie. That one comes with a free diary. Wow, what about this one? Oh, that one comes with a chainsaw. Now, after being dumped by Todd, Barbie feels like she's being laughed at by everyone in school, and she just wants to fade into the background and not stand out, you know, contrary to the message of every tween movie ever made.
Orly.
This movie was scary before. I had no idea.
Before anyone comes to me complaining the test
What?
was impossible, someone managed to get a 97.
No, not today.
Congratulations, Barbie.
Way to throw off the curve, Barbie.
I'm starting to think this might actually be a psychological horror movie, okay? I mean, look at this. Anyway, so Barbie lost Todd, and now she doesn't have a date to the dance. But she has this idea. If her band can play at the spring formal, then surely Todd will see how cool she is, and she'll definitely get the spot as the new school news anchor, and Raquel's totally gonna get hit by a car, and then everything's gonna be great. You know what I'm saying?
Come on, you said yourself you wanted to kick butt as a drummer this year. Okay, but if we're gonna do this, we have to do it right. Yes!
Sweet girl hug. I so picked the right time to come in. Girl hug with Kevin? No?
Oh, no. No! Did he just where's my hug these girls? Now, one thing about this movie that struck me is, like, it has so many story threads that are kind of related, but, like, not really. Like, Barbie wants to get with Todd, right? And she's practicing with her friends to play the dance. Also, she's engineering these, like, secret spy beauty products, like lip gloss that looks like a highlighter or blush that looks like a cell phone or whatever. She also starts getting secret love letters from a mysterious someone who keeps putting them in her locker. And also, she has this idea to do some investigative journalism about the...
What, baby?
Kevin, you're brilliant. That's news. That's real.
Okay, you lost me. But I like the part about me being brilliant.
Who in this school wouldn't be hooked by finding out what makes the populars popular?
You know, I've always wondered this myself, but like after doing YouTube for so many years, I feel like it's kind of the same, where it's like people are just kind of designated as popular and like literally no one knows why sometimes. The hottest guy or girl in school are usually not even that hot really, but like someone just decided they are and then everyone just runs with it.
Maybe you should do the story and find out.
I can't wait. I want this piece to be completely eye-opening, you know? Something that's never been on the show before. That is, assuming it gets on the show.
Are you kidding? You crack the secret of popularity, Wexler will be all over you.
What? But yeah, so for a movie that's like 70 minutes long, they're trying to pack in like 4 different movies worth of storylines. It's actually kind of impressive in its own way. But mainly the movie's about Barbie trying to like get in with Raquel's friends for her story and also practice for the school dance.
That was actually not bad.
I totally roofed the bridge.
What's roofed?
A combination of wreck and morph. Kevin made it up.
How about we stop the etymology lesson and practice?
What's etymology?
The study of the history of words. I give up. Snack break.
Wait, hold on. Wait, snack? That's your snack? What is that? Is this girl just like eating a raw potato right now? Now, long story short, Barbie gets in with the cool girls and starts ditching her friends to hang out with them. And also, since the currency of popularity in high school is like gossip, you know, she starts telling some secret information to these girls about her old friends.
I have a friend who numbers her jeans so she won't accidentally wear the same pair twice in a row.
No way!
Who?
Yeah,
It's Tia.
wait a minute.
If she wore jeans on one day, shouldn't they be in the wash the next day? Well, I mean... Oh my gosh, she totally doesn't wash her clothes.
You know, high school rumors are so dumb. Like, someone doesn't want to wear the same jeans twice in a row, and somehow that turns into, OMG, she totally never washes her clothes, like, ever. And suddenly, next thing you know, the whole school thinks that you write fanfic about every Sailor Scout falling in love with you at the same time, which was true, but, like, how did they all find out about it? Now, what ends up happening is Raquel's friends find out what Barbie's up to, and how she's using them to, like, write a story about how evil and sinister popular girls are. And as you might imagine, those girls don't really appreciate it when they find out.
You guys, thanks for being so patient. I know it couldn't have been easy, but...
You are a vicious, evil, horrible human being. Reagan, we thought you were our friend. You wanted to show the world how terrible populars are for pretending to be friends with people when all they really want to do is gather dirt. Why does that sound familiar?
And so they get back with Raquel and conspire to ruin Barbie's life by stealing her charm bracelet. Yeah, okay, straight to the guillotine, every last one of you. So this makes Barbie kind of freak out a little bit, though, because she's convinced that the diary is magic, and the reason her band got accepted to play the dance, or the reason she's been getting all these, like, ideas and her plans are all working out, it's because she's been writing them in the diary. So really, this movie's just kind of about, like, a Barbie death note. I mean, the diary even gets Todd to break up with Raquel again and ask Barbie to the dance again, okay? Like, what further proof do you need?
Hey, do you have a sec?
Sure.
It's about the formal.
Oh my goodness, he's sitting in the chair backwards? Never mind, I take back everything I said earlier. This dude has to be the hottest guy in school, okay? I mean, you see the way he turned that chair around like that? Checkmate, nerds. But Barbie can only open the magic diary with the magic bracelet, which is now gone. So, what is she gonna do?
That was old Barbie, just doing what everybody expected of her. But tonight, to perform in front of everyone, I need the bracelet.
Okay, you know, I was on Team Todd for a second, but making a bracelet out of a guitar string? Man, no wonder I was single all through high school. I did everything so wrong. Now, at the very end of the movie, it's time for Barbie's big expose about popular girls. But she decides that exposing their secrets to the school in the same way that, like, they do to other girls would just be perpetuating the cycle of whatever it is teen girls are hoping to accomplish by doing all this.
The popular kids. To learn firsthand, I did an in-depth report on the ins and outs of popularity, which I'm not going to show. It doesn't matter what the popular people say or think or do. It doesn't matter how many people in school know who you are. It only matters that you know who you are.
And then their band plays at the school dance, and it's all very Lizzie McGuire.
Just to set the record straight, I do wash my clothes.
And after playing like one song, Barbie goes to slow dance with Todd and tells him that she knows about the secret love notes that he's been writing her throughout the movie.
Listen, I wanted to talk to you. I really appreciate all the notes you left in my locker, but...
What notes? What are you talking about?
Yeah, come on, Barbie. You think I wrote those? I can't even count past 10 with my shoes on.
And that's when I realized. In the library, in the cafeteria, everywhere. There was a guy out there who really got me for me.
Oh, what's that? It was Kevin the whole time? You mean her best guy friend has actually been in love with her for years now, and every time they hung out, he's actually been kind of lying to her because she thought it was just a friend hangout, but actually it never was, ever? And he's just been biding his time until she was emotionally vulnerable enough to maybe give him a chance? Wow, what a great guy. However, he did make a bracelet out of a guitar string, so like, I mean, come on, what's she supposed to do, say no? But yeah, so Barbie just dumps Todd right there at the dance, who did nothing wrong, by the way, and starts dating Kevin, the weird kid, you know, because turns out the guy she's really been looking for was there beside her the whole time. And that's pretty much the end of the movie. So jokes aside, I actually think this movie really isn't that bad. Like, in terms of story and characters, like, it's a weirdly competent, like, Mean Girls, she's all that, she gets what she wants, like, those kinds of movies. It's actually a pretty okay one of those. The main difference, of course, is that all the characters look like when people try to use AI to, like, make a video, and it's just the most horrifying nightmare thing you've ever seen. This movie is terrifying in the best way. Okay, Roald Dahl and Tim Burton have nothing on this movie. This movie's an experience. So I've watched 3 Barbie movies so far, and it really, like, makes me wonder, because, like, Barbie is one of the best-selling, like, highest profit-generating anything in the world, right? And all their movies, until pretty recently, were just, like, they all look like this? How did this happen? But anyway, let me know in the comments which Barbie movie you think I should check out next. Hey everybody, thanks for watching this video. If you liked it, please watch another one, because that's how the algorithm works. So click on this one that's being recommended to you right now, right here on the screen. It actually helps a lot.
Hello, my beautiful watchers, and welcome back to Lost in Adaptation, the show that's basically the personification of that one friend who has always read the book and won't shut up about it. I didn't think I'd be this emotional to be finally saying goodbye to this particular set of adaptations, but I guess Liam Neeson persona Jesus managed to work his way into my heart after all. Today, we're looking at The Voyage of the Dawn Treader, the last of the books from the Chronicles of Narnia to be turned into a Hollywood film. Published in 1952, Dawn Treader is the third book in the Chronicles of Narnia by C.S. Lewis. As this is my third video about this series, and Lewis is one of the most well-known authors in the world, I won't bore you all with an extensive recap. However, if you do crave one, you can check out my reviews of the adaptations of the first and second books. The bare basics is this book is part of a 7-book series about a...
Text Grandpa Josh. The birthday parties are definitely Saturday and Sunday. I just got confirmation from his stepmom.
For children who occasionally visit a magical world in another dimension and take part in epic struggles there. They're known for being highly captivating with young readers and for being very heavy-handed with the religious allegory that forms the basis of most of its plots and characters. Lewis took a slightly different approach to this book compared to its predecessors. The Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe and Prince Caspian were essentially war stories, while Dawn Treader is a high-seas adventure that was undeniably fraught with peril, but involved no main antagonist or major conflicts. It's also unique in that it borrows from more than just Christianity for once, including references and homages to Irish mythology and ancient Greek stories like Homer's Odyssey. It's surprisingly segmented for a book of its modest length. Every 2 to 3 chapters, the cast move to a completely new location and find new challenges to overcome, and there's almost zero connection between...
Alright guys, I'm going to switch over to the tiki-taki.